Everyone, what are we on? Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here for our May 4th work session. We appreciate everyone in attendance and everyone who is able to watch here. Hey, Commissioner Valentine. I'm going to start by reading our public charge. And then, Vice Chair Alum, would you mind reading the land acknowledgement? The Board of Commissioners asks its members and citizens to conduct themselves in a respectful, courteous manner, both with the board and fellow citizens. At any time, should any member of the board or any citizen fail to observe this public charge, the chair will ask the offending person to leave the meeting until that individual regains personal control. Should decorum fail to be restored, the chair will recess the meeting until such time that a genuine commitment to the public charge is observed. Vice Chair Long.
Thank you, Chair Lee. As we convene for the Durham County Commissioners meeting, it's crucial to recognize the painful truth of our history. We stand on the stolen ancestral lands of the Catawba, Eno, Occaneechi, Shakori, and Tuscarora peoples, whose deep connection to the land predates our arrival. We acknowledge with humility the unjust displacement and violence that occurred, leading to the dispossession of indigenous peoples from their homelands. Their resilience in the face of such adversity is a testament to their strength and spirit. May we humbly honor the ancestors and elders of these nations, both past and present, by committing ourselves to fostering understanding, healing, and justice for all who inhabit this land. Let us walk forward together with open hearts, acknowledging the past and embracing a future guided by compassion, respect, and unity.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lum. All right, the first item on our agenda for this work session today is citizen comments. It looks like we have 4 today, and they're going to be in the order. I'm going to call all 4 of them just so we know. We have Doug Hodges. And we have James Chavis, we have Antoinette Halls, and then Amanda Wallace. We'll let Mr. Chavis be over here since he's already over there, but everyone else will line up over here. Mr. Hodges.
Is the mic working?
Yes.
All right. Good morning. Forgive me for reading, please. I know I only have 3 minutes. My name is Doug Hodges. I'm a resident of Durham, volunteer community advocate, and executive director and founder of Swing Pals, which over the past 13 years, Swing Pals delivered paradigm-shifting, life-changing programming to over 10,000 students in 6 Durham public middle schools. I'm here this morning to update you on some very exciting news, offer several thank yous, and a very special invitation. My first thank you is to Carl Kimball. Carl Kimball is the Hillendale Golf Course operator, and as you know, Swing Pals offers after-school programming at Hillendale. Carl has helped Swing Pals be the program it is today by providing the golf course at no charge for Swing Pals over the last 13 years. He is transforming Hillendale Golf Course to be a crown jewel property of Durham County. My second thank you is to the City of Durham, Mayor Williams, the City Council, City staff, Bertha Johnson, City Manager Bo Ferguson. Several years ago, we petitioned the city to fund the expansion of Hillendale Golf Course to provide extra capacity for Swing Pals to bring more students to the golf course. Today, that is a reality. I've actually circulated a few photos for you to see what's going on at Hillendale. The first photo is from yesterday. That's my students and their families at Heritage Golf Club in Wake Forest. It was an amazing day to see those families competing at the highest level. The second photo is the expansion at Hillendale Golf Course. You will see Hillendale has been torn up to expand to provide more capacity for kids to come, for Durham Public School students to come to the golf course. The third photo is the building that we're privately funding for the exclusive use of Durham Public School students to come to our after-school programming. Huge thanks to Manager Hager. Manager Hager, thank you for your staff, for your support of Durham County. Really appreciate you. Huge thanks to Dr. Lewis, Durham Public School Superintendent, and Mr. Covington at Neal Middle School. Finally, Commissioners, I want to thank you for taking the time to come to Neal Middle School to see Swing Pals in action in the classroom and in the gymnasium. I'm deeply moved by your support, by your willingness to take your time to come into the schools to see what we're doing in Durham Public Schools. It's paradigm shifting, and one day every Durham Public School student should have access to swing power skills and tools. My last thing to say, I want to offer a very special invitation to the commissioners. In August, we have our signature event at Topgolf. We always have extra capacity, so I would like to invite the commissioners, because I know you all love golf, and maybe Manager Hager can captain the team, to come and join us at Topgolf as my guest. It's in August, and I will communicate through your administrative assistant, who does an amazing job, Miss Wallace. So thank you all. Really appreciate your support. Just wanted to update you, and thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hodges. The next speaker is Mr. Chavis. He's over here on this side here.
Good morning to all. May the 4th. I came back to first time I come back to you was in January, and I informed you that I was coming back. And I'm no ways tired, and I'm not going to stop until we get this matter straightened out. You know, or do you believe that there's two sides to a story? If you don't, you're one of the fortunate ones, because everyone I've been asked is unfortunate because they are saying yes. So, with that said, with a person making $300,000 off the taxpayers of Durham, do you think she should have heard both sides of a story before she signed an affidavit to get someone arrested? I'm talking about our county manager. She signed an affidavit for the director of Durham Social Service to have a citizen of Durham arrested. That's a criminal activity. We held out till we got through with the court system to find out she was not guilty. But we still have not heard from our dictator, our county manager, who is making over $300,000 and is black, help a white woman sign off on a black woman. Now, you know how it looks to me being black, and from the old days, how white women and white men lied on us black folks to get us in trouble and had our Aunt Mary's and Uncle Sam to help them. Well, this is the same thing I'm saying about our county manager, because she refused to do the right thing for all the people. She only done right for some of the people, because there is two sides to the story, and she refused to listen to the other side. So I'm asking you, you county managers, you county commissioners, I hope you plan on taking action, especially one of you ones that's out here running, trying to serve other races and living in Durham, North Carolina as a Democrat. Is you truly a Democrat for the people? Or are you a Democrat for a special interest group? This is one of the problems we are having with our Democratic Party. Y'all are failing us as leaders, letting others who making over $300,000 to $100,000 salary do us and treat us like we are nobody. Now is the time to stop this new. Thank
you, Mr. Chavis. All right. Our next speaker is Antoinette Halls.
Good morning. My name is Antoinette Hawes. I live at 5610 Catskill Court, and he's absolutely right. Durham County is failing the citizenry. For example, the great eviction of the homeless people, where the police went out there and just took their personal belongings and tossed them and had them handcuffed sitting in the dirt. That was an opportunity, a missed opportunity, that Durham County could have looked like the humanitarian county. you could have implemented HEART. I didn't see HEART out there. I didn't hear anything about HEART being out there to provide support. And of course, Durham County could have dispatched their team of support from the Department of Social Services to provide support to the citizenry who are out there living under bridges, in the woods, under plastic. I mean, you're not looking like you're supporting the citizenry. And then, of course, we're forced to go to the Department of Social Services for support. And I do say that some agencies, some divisions within social services are doing great work. But of course, we still have Maggie Clapp, who is operating as a czar, which her objective is to get the funds, the state funds and the federal funds for the children. And I want to put the county on notice that we are aware that your MOUs, which is basically a memorandum of understanding with your clinicians in Durham County, are actively undoing our citizens' health in order to take custody and keep custody and terminate parental rights. So we understand that, and for the fourth time, we need to have a forensic audit on Durham County Department of Social Services. And with that, you will find the underbelly and the seediness of dirty funds going to these memorandum of understanding agreements with the clinicians to medicate their clients in order to take their children from them and put them into the adoption system, which is currently being scrutinized and the point is we're losing our citizens, we're losing our children, and you're not doing anything. You're not doing anything to help the citizens. You got money for golf. Well, what if a homeless man care about golf? He wants to be dry when it's wet. He wants to be warm when it's cold. He wants to be cool when it's hot. He wants to be fed when he's hungry. And you're failing. You have failed the citizens of Durham.
Thank you, Ms. Hawes. And our last speaker for this section is Amanda Wallace.
All right. Hi, so my name is Amanda Wallace, and I'm the founder of Operation Stop CPS, which is a grassroots campaign based here in Durham, North Carolina, and our mission is to abolish the family policing system, which some people call Child Protective Services. And I didn't know if I was going to speak today. I thought I was just going to sit, but it was divine because I saw Maggie Clapp, the Director of Social Services, walk in here, so I knew I needed to say something. And it's not surprising that she's here because I hear that Social Services is looking at a budget cut, so I'm sure she's here to try to get some money. But so let me talk about how Social Services is doing, especially Child Protective Services. So there's currently 185 children currently in foster care as of March, as of the last board documents, and 83 of those children are not even living in Durham. That means there's 83 children that the Department of Social Services stole from their families and then shipped off to different places, different counties and different states, states like South Carolina and Tennessee. So think about a parent trying to reunify with their child, but they can't even see their child because they're not even in the same state. And then of those 185 children, 156 of those children are Black. So when we say that this is the family policing system, this is a continuation of slavery, this is the new auction block, this is what we mean. That this agency is out in the community criminalizing poverty and taking people's children away. But you guys know that because this is not the first time we've been here. Commissioner Valentine, you sit on the board, you see these numbers every single month. Again, there's just not enough that is happening. This department is failing families. And it is budget season. And I hope as you guys are crunching the numbers, you really see and invest in families versus more salaries that continue to stay just empty. I think the last time was like 14 or 15 vacant positions that have just been sitting there for like over a year. So why do you keep funding these same positions that keep sitting? And then there's like 0.08 of the budget just goes to like reunification, trying to get families back together. You guys are showing clearly what you are investing in. And then, NETA alum, I saw your outrage when family separation hit in the context of immigration. But I do not understand why you can't connect the dots when it comes to family separation that's happening right here in Durham, right here in your very streets, in the county that you say you represent. You can't see family separation then? Where's the press conference? Where's the press conference for this? And to the issue of visitation, I hope you're
Thank you,
talking
Ms.
to the
Wallace.
board about what visitation looks like and how it's failing here. And
Thank you, Ms. Wallace. All right, the next item on our agenda is other business, and we are going to, in order to do the 260224, we have to suspend the rules and approve and authorize the county manager to execute a service contract with A&A Associates, Inc., doing business as A&A Security Group, in the amount of $4,973,365.05 for uniform security services for Durham County facilities. The rest of it is there in the agenda. I'm not going to read the whole thing. So, first we have to suspend the rules, or are we going to do a presentation? Is there a presentation first? Okay. All right. I'll hand it over, and then we'll manage the approval and so forth.
Good morning.
Morning.
So I'm here to introduce you to the potential contractor for our security services. I want to make you aware that we have gone out for RFP twice for security service, in that we received documentation from our existing contractor that he would be unable to physically fulfill the obligation of his contract for FY27. Due to this, we were required to go out to RFP to find a replacement organization to provide us security services. In that award, we have recommended A&A Security, which is a small business, woman-owned organization from West Palm Beach, Florida. This is, I think, a very unusual situation in that the present contractor, Nighthawk, is here with us today in order to help with the transition between these two organizations, should you approve the contract for A&A Security, and also assist with regards to that transition that's required between two organizations. I will allow you to be introduced by Mark. Mark is going to do the presentation of A&A Security to give you familiarity with the firm, but I'd also like to introduce you to the CEO, who is Andrew Luce, and the president of the company, Gail Luce. So with that, I will turn the presentation over to Mark.
Microphone. You need to hit the.
Yes, there you go.
Good morning. Thank you for having us back. We welcome this opportunity, and we are honored to be considered here. Introductions. You've already started to introduce Andrew and Gail. And then Sean is our COO, Garrett's our RSO, and my name is Mark Hamilton, and I'm in client development. With that, I'm going to turn the history over to Andrew, let him give a brief overview.
Good morning, Commissioners. Andrew Lucci speaking. It's a pleasure to be in front of you today in Durham. We had the opportunity to meet with your teams, with staff on several occasions. You talk about the vetting process was unbelievable. They went through it several times with us, and we came through it at the end of the day with flying colors. We're honored to be here in front of you today, tell you a little bit about me and our company and what we do, and why we feel we are the right company at the right time for you guys. We're ANA. We started back in 1999. I'm a CPA by trade, worked for one of the largest CPA firms, then was a controller. We started doing staffing back in 99, did that for about 20 years. In about 10 years, we got into security. When we got into security, we aligned ourselves with a couple guys who had a good experience and a good record. We brought on Garrett and Sean as minority partners in our firm. They both worked for the #1 and #2 security firms in the world, Allied and Securitas. We thought they'd bring a nice little mix to our team. We also thought they'd bring some diversity to our team on top of that. We're happy to be here in front of you today. We're now in several states. We're growing. We're able to provide the services that are needed. We're not perfect, but I always like to say, you know what? We're going to spill the milk, but we're going to wipe it up before it goes. One of the things that has been really done by the staff that is amazing is to have that connection where the transition, where we get a chance to work with Mr. Eugene and his team as he's retiring to help make sure that transition is smooth.
One of the things that we have is our core values, and this is what drives everything we do. And Garrett is the driving force behind that, so I'm going to let Garrett talk about our core values.
Good morning, everyone. We started this kind of security venture. I'd worked for some of the bigger security firms, and when I was partnering with Andrew and the rest of the team, it was like, what separates us from the other security companies? And we needed to start with our core values and who we are and what we represent. And so we came up with our 4 different core values of how we operate on a day-to-day basis. And the #1 core value is people matter. So without people, with our officers, without our managers, we don't have a company to run. So our objective is to make sure everyone is taken care of, to make sure they have all the tools in the toolbox to succeed. So our philosophy has always been to try and pay officers a little bit more. We can take less margin because at the end of the day, it's a win-win for everybody. And again, we really want to make sure we take care of our people within the company. Our second core value is growth and development. We're firm believers in promoting from within. We're big into training. We want to make sure, again, that all the officers have all the tools in their toolbox because we want them to grow, whether they come on to move into management or work with other companies, that type of thing. We want the best for them, and so we're always trying to develop our people from within. Our third core value is service is everything. If we can't provide the best service, then you don't need us. So our objective, our goal is every day is to provide the highest quality of security services. And then finally is integrity. It's do the right thing. Whether you win a contract, lose a contract, do the right thing. Mistakes happen, just come open, be honest, and that's the way we operate. That's how we communicate and how we like to work. Underneath that, we have kind of three uniques. #1 is that we respond. We quickly answer the phone, answer a text, get back to you right away. There's nothing worse than having a client calling you and saying, I can't get a hold of my rep. What's going on here? So we have to make sure we're providing the best service. We respond to our clients right away. #2 is we resolve the issue. Things happen. People are human, but we're gonna we fix it, we break it, we learn from it, we move on. So we make sure we step in the process and get it done and taken care of. And the last one, we like to work with the communities. We care. We try and give back as much as we can. We get involved with different organizations and groups. So we're excited about being here in Durham and expanding that role here. As we continue, we took a look at the A&A difference. What separates us from our competitors. And so some of the big things that we have found that's driving us to our success and providing the best services, looking for partnerships with our officers, with our clients. Building that teamwork is very, very important. We do have technology that we'll go through here in a little bit that tracks the officers, gives great reporting, geofences our sites, just basically validates everything that the officers are doing. Training is another big process. We're big believers in training. We'll continuously train the officers from beginning to end. Big believers in oversight with supervision. We'll have field supervisors checking in all the different properties, different sites throughout the day, throughout the night. And then we've had great success dealing with in the public sector of government. So we've got a lot of experience. We're excited to be here and looking forward to building this partnership with you all.
Another big thing he touched on is training. We are big believers in training because the problem is a lot of guard companies, they put people out there, they don't do anything. They hire them, they put them out on site, and they don't tell them anything before they go out there. So before they even leave our office, there's an orientation for pre-deployment. We have an orientation. We go through de-escalation training, because de-escalation is so important, because we want to train our officers not to get all excited and make a situation worse just by their attitude, having a calm demeanor. Customer service is a big thing. We actually renamed all of our officers that work at the front desk first impression officers. That way, because they make a first impression, they represent not just us, but they represent the county. And that person can be the difference between somebody having a good experience in the county when they have to go to the courts or whatever they're doing, and a bad experience. Continuing education, we're constantly going on report writing. Right now, I think we have over 100 different training programs that our officers have available to them that we can give to them. Always going over report writing, post orders that are tested every month on post orders. And when we get into post orders, also ties into our technology I'll talk about a little bit later. But on top of that, we have 4 qualified instructors in-house. Mr. Lucci, Sean, Josh, and myself. Between the 4 of us, we have over 100 years of experience in security, law enforcement, and military that we bring to the table, and it's practical, real-world things that we've actually been boots on the ground. Here's a big thing, and this is where people matter. What we do differently is when we recruit, we do not use professional recruiters, third-party recruiters. All of our operations managers are the ones who hire their own people. They know the site. And all of our operation managers have field experience where they've actually worked a post. Most recruiters just have a spreadsheet. They're trying to fill holes. We try to put the right piece to the right puzzle and not just fill holes. That way, when it goes, you tie this into our core value of people matter most. Our turnover rate is 25%. We don't hire people to fire them. We don't hire people just to throw them on the wall and see what sticks. Recruitment and keeping people happy is how we grow our company, and it's doing the right thing. And the industry average, depending on which statistic you use, and I have different resources, but is anywhere from 100% to 300%. It's a high turnover industry. And most of the time, and you hear it over and over and over, it's how they're treated by their company and their management. They're treated like numbers. Growth and development. Like any good sports team, we have our own farm. We try to grow our own bench, our own farm club. Training, we train our people. We try to grow our own leadership because they know our culture. They come into it knowing how we treat people and how people matter. And it's personal. We have invested a lot of time in people. And like Andrew said just a minute ago, we're not perfect. We make mistakes. But it's how you deal with those mistakes and how you treat people and coach them. We have, out of our 9 operations managers, 4 of them are homegrown. They started out as either guards or they came to us when we took a contract over as an account manager or site supervisor. Jamie Rogers, Eric Fernandez, Melissa Kleins, and Ambra Norcio, who's our regional operations manager here for the Durham, North Carolina area. They're all homegrown. They know our culture. And they come to us and they get with what they need, and we help them out with whatever they need. So, partnership. What do we want? We don't want to be a vendor. We want to be a partner. We want to be a true partner. And when you see some of the things that we do with technology, that goes with it. But when we presented the first time, Nighthawk had such glowing reviews of Nighthawk, and how they were a true partner for the last 9 years. We want to be that. That's what we want to do. And we do that through our core values of doing the right thing. And you'll see what I'm talking about here in a minute. So I'm going to kind of combine this one with the next slide because for time. Our ATRAC security management system is not just a scheduling management system or a payroll system. It's much more than that. It does GPS geofence tracking of our officers and real-time reporting and analytics. So when you look at it, everything is on their phone. When the officer clocks in, they clock in on an app on their phone, and the area that they clock into, each building will have its own geofence location. So they can't clock in or out unless they're in that zone. It also sends our 24-hour dispatch an alert whenever they leave that zone, so we know if they've left the property. But more importantly, it shows activity. Our dispatchers have a board up that shows activity, inactive or whatever. If somebody's been inactive for more than 30 minutes, it's not that we're trying to catch them doing anything. We'll do a safety check. We'll make a phone call to them to make sure they're okay. I've been in this business for 40 years. I've seen all kinds of things happen. I've seen people have accidents. I've seen people in the middle of a shift have a heart attack. So we're worried about our people. So it's not just to track them to make sure they're where they're supposed to be, but it's also for their safety. Goes back to core value number 1, people matter. The other thing is our reporting. If you look up there and you see trend analysis, our ATRAC system does something very unique. And it gives us data, incident report data analytics. And it can tell us how many incident reports we had broken down by category, the time of day, and the days of the week. And what we found was kind of interesting is that most of the crimes we have to deal with, the incidents that we deal with, whether it be theft or assault or whatever it is, happen between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, not on the weekends, which kind of surprised me a little bit. But with that trend analysis, it allows us to go to Isaac and his team and say, hey, Isaac, we're seeing trends here. What about shifting some coverage from we do patrols over in this lower area, and move that static person over to here to give us some more coverage and more protection. That way our scheduling is dynamic and not static. And in addition to that, and I said this, and I'll probably get in trouble for this one, but sometimes you may be able to reduce your budget because you're saying, hey, we don't need an officer here. We can do that with patrol. And our system has enough C tags. They go through and they scan it, and it lets them know and verify. Our incident reports for all stakeholders are sent immediately. When an incident report is done, it gets sent into the system, and then it disperses out to all stakeholders that need it. So that way, when it's 3 o'clock in the morning, when you wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning or 4 o'clock in the morning, you look at your email, you have an incident report and it says, oh, this happened. The stakeholders also have access to our client portal to where they can look at schedules, past schedules, current schedules, future schedules to see what's going on. It also allows them to download any reports that they may have lost, and those reports are kept for 5 years for audit purposes. So it makes this instant auditing. Documentation. We can customize reports to whatever for the most part what the county needs, and try to go paperless. Try to be a little bit more environmentally friendly, and keep the paper down, kill less trees. So there's something else about partnership, but this is what partnership looks like. This is what we want to be with Durham County. We want to be a true partner that is vested in your mission.
Good, Mark. Gary, want to say something, Mark, and then Sean, and then we'll close on Gail. You want to just say one last thing before we?
No, again, we're looking forward to this opportunity and this partnership, as we kind of mentioned in the presentation. So we're very excited about being here.
Okay.
Thank you also for having us here. Real quick,
I
I know
just
you
want to
guys.
add one note. I know you guys are a serious group, but I got to be. That is Sean Inman. That is our operations guy, 24/7. I want you to test him, Doc. He answers the phone nonstop, text message. He's a beast. Then he goes home, owns horses, and shovels stuff at night. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Sean. I had to lighten the mood. Go ahead, buddy.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right.
There's a few things for us. You always get what you inspect, not what you expect with employees. So for us, we support. I'm sorry, man. Okay. We always try to give the support to the officers out in the field, make sure we're inspecting them, checking their needs. Part of our dispatch is 24 hours is also to call the overnight people. They're the most forgotten group of employees in any company. So we want them to have a voice in our company. We reach out to them. We check in with them. Do they need anything? How's things going? We have a really good dispatch team that communicates well with everybody. And communication is the key to success for you and us. So the more we communicate, the more smoothly everything goes as far as transactions. And we look forward to communicating well with you all and everybody else involved in the city. And evaluation, if there is an incident, we evaluate it, we assess it, we get back to you with a full detailed report. That detailed report will find out if it's a training error or a people problem. If it's training, we'll adjust our training to make sure that it's corrected moving forward. If it's a people problem, we'll retrain that person and get them up to speed. I won't waste any more of your time. Thank you.
And good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to address you all today. Mark has presented and everyone else has spoken, but I just want to say on behalf of our organization, we'd like to really express our sincere appreciation for even considering us through that. We've gone through the procurement process and the confidence you place in our firm for us to be here today. So we are truly honored to be considered for this engagement, for this partnership. We feel we're fully committed to delivering you all the best service, professional, reliable, accountable security service that aligns with the county's needs and standards and your expectations. So our team brings a great deal of experience, as you've heard as well, training and operational and anything necessary to keep safety and ensure a secure environment. So just wanted to thank you for the opportunity, and hopefully if we're selected today, we look forward to working with y'all and for partnering with Durham County. Thank you so much.
All right, and I'll open it up to Commissioner comments, questions. Go ahead, Commissioner Burton.
Thank you, Chair Lee. Thank you so much for your presentation. I have a few questions. I heard that Nighthawk had the contract for 9 years, correct?
Correct.
I want to know, the first question I had is why is Nighthawk not able to fulfill the contract or be able to go forward? That's my first question. Mm-hmm. My second question is, what happens to all of the workers who are currently working with Nighthawk? What happens to them? Mm-hmm. I would like to know what are the benefits that these workers will get, what is their hourly pay, and I would also like to know what other areas does A&A work in, any other areas of North Carolina, or is this their first area? So those are my questions.
So your first question is Nighthawk indicated that they were retiring and could not fulfill the contract of the last year of the contract. Your second question was, help me, please.
What happens to the people who work? Mm-hmm.
All the employees that are presently working for Nighthawk will have an opportunity to interview with the A&A with regards to transferring to that company, should they wish to. And the last one you wanted to know was the salaries.
Like, what are the salaries? What are the benefits packages that A&A offers? Yeah.
So I can give you the salary by classification that was in their proposal. So the customer service agents make $17 an hour. the USOs, which that is an unarmed security officer, makes $17.51 an hour. The armed security officers make $22.21 an hour. And the CPOs, which are the certified police officers, make the company police officers make $27.30. With regard to their benefits, I'll let their CEO.
So I'll take that question. With regard to benefits, we do offer all of our new staff benefits, medical benefits, as well as dental and vision benefits. We do have obviously paid holidays as well, and PTO, personal time off.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Jacobs first, and then to Commissioner Jacobs.
I have some questions. So just quick follow-up to Commissioner Burton. How do those wages compare to the Nighthawk wages?
Similarly.
Similar?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you. And Commissioner Burton also asked about are they currently working in North Carolina?
Yes, we are. We are currently working in North Carolina. We have work in the Charlotte area, but I'll let our operations team.
So we got Chapel Hill Transit. We do here, Beatrice in Greensboro, some accounts in Charlotte, Forsyth County Parks. We also do. I'm trying to think. We about I think in North Carolina about 1,200 hours a week of security.
Thank you. So I'm wondering, if you talked about your training, could you talk a little bit about your training in terms of your staff interfacing with the public? Because a lot of the positions in Durham County it's about interacting with people, going through security, such as at our main library, at our Health and Human Services building, and I just would like to know about just kind of, a lot of it really is about people skills, and I know you mentioned de-escalation, but just if you could talk about your approach towards that.
All right, thank you.
Will you answer that question for us,
Sure.
please?
So our process if we were to take your front desk here, it's about the first initial contact with somebody. It has to be polite, customer service, always respectable. Anything other is not acceptable for us as a company. We go back into a concierge service, which we do at other sites for high-end buildings. We use that same training with our officers, because at the end of the day, security is customer service. It has to be about the experience that every person that comes to a public building is a taxpayer. We want them treated with respect. We want them treated with dignity. We want to make sure that their experience there and get them the information. And part of that training that we'll go through, and we'll deal with Isaac and your team to make sure we have knowledge. Even though we're going to bring on the employees there may be some new ones there that need a customer service or a little bit of adjustment and refreshing as far as training. Everybody gets a little complacent here and there, so updated training, we do that at least every 6 months. We do an evaluation. We do self-evaluations with the officers. We get feedback from our supervision teams. Hey, how are we doing? What are we doing? We also communicate back with our client as far as customer relations with the public and with their employees as well, because your employees are your citizens too. So that training that we give them is definitely more customer service than security nowadays. As the world changes, we try to update and change with the world as far as interfacing with the public. We also have de-escalation skills, that verbal judo, to de-escalate. When somebody comes in and they're super agitated, we're going to slow the speech down. We're going to have open hands. We're not going to put our hands in our pockets. We don't point fingers. Just those little things mean a lot, right? So that open hand approach, calming, slowing, confidence, and reassuring that will get them in touch with the right person.
Thank you. And I know that this proposal says 7 additional FTEs, and so I was just wondering, I know the timeline is short here because I'm assuming the Nighthawk contract ends July 1st. It's a short timeline. But I'm just wondering, where do those 7 additional positions come from? And was there any type of comprehensive analysis done of what our actual security needs are at this point in Durham County, like taking a fresh look at that itself?
So let me share with you about the 7 FTEs. Isaac did a study with regards to our SOC. That's the individuals that are 24 hours monitoring all county facilities, and they communicate with the officers. We're requesting that SOC be county employees, not contractor employees. Right now, they are contract employees. We feel that it's a better way to serve the organization as well as to reduce the costs of the contract and still save the county over $135,000. So those employees will actually be a 24-hour service, monitor the activities that go on through the security system, respond directly to the security manager, and it will reduce their contract. Their proposal originally was $5.4 million to perform services, and we've negotiated with them already with regards to reducing some of the hours of operations of our facilities, as well as looking at bringing the SOC in-house in order to save us money, so that we could present you with a $4.9 million contract.
I would also like to note that from a continuity of operations perspective, I supported this approach as we look at the overall long-term management of our security operations. This contract is for 4 years, and I'm hopeful the relationship continues. This allows for, if there are transition periods, some effort that's in-house and we're not at a vulnerable state of needing to hire more people beyond the base contract. So this is a change in philosophy, and as you know, we will always look to see if this is long-term the right approach, and if we need to go back to contractual, as we've done in some other areas in general services, but I just wanted to give that context as well.
Okay, thank you. And I'm wondering, with your data analytics, can you give examples where in any situation you've actually ended up recommending changes to positions, or reducing the number of people, or just things like that with the data analytics that you use?
Yes, ma'am. So we have dealt with other clients. We've noticed that the trends weren't on the weekends, that the trends were more second shift than first shift. If we had 56 hours of coverage, which is 8 hours a day, 7 days a week on first shift, and you times that and you had 2 officers there, we're noticing that the reports were down. We talked to the client, we communicated. Second shift, they went to 1 officer because traditionally that post was slower on second shift. As times have changed and evolved, most of the reports were coming from the second shift officer. First shift officers, they weren't getting the traffic. There wasn't that need to have 2 people, say, at your front desk. So we went back to the client. We adjusted hours with them to give them a better quality of service, and the client agreed. And for that particular client, they're very happy with the transitional change. And we were actually offered a different length of a shift. We actually shortened the shift from 8 hours to 6 hours. So it saved the client money, kept us as a good partner, and just was a good team effort to make sure that they got the most efficient service for their money.
Okay, thank you. My last question is, and maybe it's more for you, Mo, how will this company, or how has Nighthawk been coordinating with the Office of the Sheriff and also the Police Department and the HART team?
I'd kind of like the sheriff to answer that question. First of all, Nighthawk is actually physically at the courthouse and at the detention center and provides services. hopefully the sheriff could back me up that the service has been satisfactory to the sheriff, so much so that the sheriff has been able to reduce the amount of contractors that are at his facilities. And that's part of the savings that we will be seeing in this contract. With the Heart Group, I don't have statistics with regards to their working with the Heart Group, but I know that there have been situations with the officers where the Heart Group has come out, especially to the library and over to the 300 deck, and they've interfaced with those officers with individual clients. So I know that's the fact. And then you had another question that I can answer?
It's fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Commissioner Lum.
Thank you all so much for coming. I had a lot of the questions that Commissioner Burton asked, and I wanted to piggyback off of that a little bit. I know you said that there's going to be opportunity for folks who are already working with Nighthawk, but wondering how y'all look at like recruitment and hiring within communities versus like just more so broadly posting positions and recruiting, because obviously in security roles, when you're interacting with folks face to face, people who understand the community, they often can relate to and build stronger relationships.
So absolutely, we are very passionate about working with the community and hiring within the community as much as possible. So that is our goal. When we are recruiting, we use various tools to recruit, but most of those tools are focused on the community and in trying to hire within. Obviously, the transition, hopefully we have a great number of officers currently with Nighthawk who will have an interest in working with ANA. So we're hoping to have a large percentage transitioning. But any openings that we might have at any time would be, our goal would be to recruit from the community.
Just to piggyback a little bit more on that, we definitely are interested in the existing officers, but before we can just go take the existing officers, it gives us a chance to enhance our team. So we will meet with the existing manager, Isaac, and team and say, hey, let's grade these officers who are in place now between 1 and 10. You need to score an 8 to be part of our team. Those officers that score an 8, we would extend an offer to. In addition to that, we do recommendations. We have referral programs. When we come into a community, we like to hire from within our community that's in Durham County. We make sure that's the #1 priority when we do our scoring of officers. And we reach to the community and say, hey, do you have people that you want to recommend? We usually come into a community and we set up our own training school. And in going to do that, we go back to the high schools, because everybody's not going to go to college. And we look and we say, hey, here's an opportunity that people haven't thought about. Us being a minority-owned firm, we look at opportunities of how can we get people to understand you don't have to always go to college to be successful. You can get into security and you can make a 6-figure income. Right, by working your ways up. It's hard work, it's a lot of hours, but here's an opportunity. And we train those individuals. We have a nonprofit that we actually pay for their training and uniforms.
That's great, thank you. And one more additional question. Is any part of this contract, like beyond just the staffing portion around the technology used, not just for the geofencing, but the actual technology of security? Because for example, one of the things that we hear a lot from our residents is around main library is there's residents who obviously we want security, we want everyone who's coming into the library to feel safe and welcome, but then also to not have an overly invasive experience. And I know as new technologies come out of like requiring people to search their bags, like that type of thing, is that part of this contract anyway?
I'll start that, guys, and then somebody jump in. Naturally, when we come into a new...
Can you use the... Sorry, bring the mic a little
closer.
Man,
sorry. I thought I spoke loud. Let me speak up. I apologize. Naturally, when we come into a new situation, you have existing post orders, you have a scope of work. We learn what that is, and we identify that, and we train our officers on that, and we test them on it. While at the same time, we look at opportunities now to be that partner. I think the question was asked, do we make recommendations? Do we make changes? We quickly want to come in and make recommendations and changes, because at the end of the day, if something goes wrong, we're going to be the first ones in line to be sued. So we make sure we've done our due diligence in making sure we're compliant on what we think is best. If we get into a situation and we think there's a need for cameras or if there's a need for other things, we will make those recommendations to you guys. And sometimes we'll even include it on our dime just to help save us at the end of the day. Was there anything you wanted to add, Sean or Garrett?
No, I think you've covered it. Thank you.
I thank you, buddy. Thank you.
Can I have one more quick question? Sorry. You said armed officers. Can you just give a little bit more detail about that, of what type of, like, what are they armed with, and then which officers, like, particularly, do you have armed at which locations?
So is your question with regards to what type of armory do they carry? Do
Yes.
they carry tasers, and is that what you're asking?
Yeah. And are they going to be armed at all locations, or is it that some locations will have armed officers?
No.
Okay.
Only some locations will have armed individuals, and it will be similar to what you've seen through Nighthawk. Okay.
Commissioner Valentine.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, only have one question, but I wanted to begin by saying thank you to Nighthawk for your 9 years of service here to Durham County, and also for being willing to participate in this transition, working hand in hand along with the county. You talked about people and that people matter, and so to the extent that you can integrate personnel from Nighthawk, I'm hoping that you take every effort to ensure that those who are already employed here in Durham County remain employed. Also, I noticed that many of your potential partners are already in the room. Director Clapp is with us. Sheriff Burkhead is with us. And to the extent that you can interface, as some of my colleagues have already said, interface with them as part of this transition, I think that that would be very important. So my question is, what is your plan? You talked a lot about data and trends and your technology. What's your actual plan for reporting that data? Is it going to be quarterly? Is it going to be annually, semi-annually? What's the plan?
I can tell you what the plan is. We're in MFR, and as you well know, we'll be reporting in MFR on a quarterly basis with regards to our statistics that we will generate from their data to give you a complete and comprehensive report of what's happening on the security level. There are definitely measures that Isaac will be reporting to you directly on.
All right, thank you. And I'll end on this. I agree. I don't know who made the comment earlier about checking behind folks who work for you. I know that to be the doers only do what the checkers check. So we're counting on you in that regard. All right? Thank you.
All right, thank you all very much. I just had very, very quick questions. How many companies replied to our request?
So we had 4 companies that replied to our request, and A&A was the most responsive to that.
Okay.
We also had members of the organization actually do the interview. So we had members from the sheriff's office, members from the library, and of course from the security department and myself that actually did the review of the proposals and the interviews that were done.
Okay. What is overall nationwide, so forth, what is your largest contract? And would this be the largest? You mentioned a few here in North Carolina, and sounds as if this may be the largest in North Carolina, but what is your largest contract?
I'll go first, Garrett. We have a City of Dallas contract that is, we have City of Dallas contract that is much larger, probably 4 times the amount of this one, and then we have other contracts too.
Okay.
Definitely not the largest.
All right, thank you.
It'd be in the top 5 though.
Okay, thank you.
And although it's not our largest, it's a very important contract. Today you have the CEO and the president and everyone here. I don't go to all these meetings, just so you know. This is how important this contract is to us. We will deliver.
I recognize that. Okay. All right, no other If hearing no other questions, we'll need a motion to suspend the rules.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded that we suspend the rules for this item for 260224. Any further discussions on suspending the rules? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please use the same sign. All right, now we'll need a motion to authorize the county manager to execute a service contract with A&A Associates, Inc., doing business as A&A Security Group.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any further discussion? Just for the record, I didn't read the entire item. If you need to see the entire item, you can see it in our agenda. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, please use the same sign. This item is approved. Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you so much.
All righty, we're going to move on to consent agenda, but I just want to so we had 15 minutes allotted for that. Obviously, it took a little bit longer. Let's try to work to adhere to our times as we have listed on the agenda. I'll turn it over to Manager Hager for a consent agenda.
All right, good morning. The first item that we will that's on the consent agenda is 260176. This is the approval of sole source contract with Fathers on the Move, Inc. for the Durham County Sheriff's Office in the amount of $36,000 for services to improve outcomes for detainees during reentry. The next one is 260198. This is approval of a contract amendment with Carolina Civil Works, Inc. for emergency and scheduled collection system repair services in the amount of $186,257.85, bringing the contract amount to $796,554.87.86, and is to execute any other related contract amendments not to exceed $875,000. The next one is approval of a contract with TriTech Software Systems, a Central Square Technologies company, in the amount of $226,203 for computer-aided dispatch and report management systems for the Sheriff's Office.
Okay, sorry, I just had a quick question about this one. Just with all of the conversations around like the different surveillance technology, just wanted to clarify and make sure like this isn't similar technologies to those that like Flock and those other companies. Is very different. Like this is what is in the computers essentially for the deputies, correct?
Good morning, Commissioners. No, Commissioner, Vice Chair Lam, no, it's not that. It's just a record management system. Think of like when you get in a car accident and you come and pick up a copy of the report. It's our central operating system with that creates all of our various reports. So it's not surveillance or anything like that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, the next item is 26204. This is approved budget ordinance amendment number 26 BCC 083, appropriating general fund restricted fund balance totaling $1.1 million to increase expenditure authority for social services. The next one is 26208. This is approval of a contract amendment in the amount of $44,000 for psychiatric services and consultation for a new total of $205,757. The contracted services provide mental health services in the detention center through the end of fiscal year 25-26.
I had a quick question about this. And how many individuals is like this 19 hours per week able to provide services for? And have we found that like obviously we're expanding it to provide more service hours, but are there individuals who are in the jail that aren't able to get psychiatric services because of that? Like, how many?
Good morning. Thanks for having us and for the question. On average right now, with the additional psychiatric coverages we have, we see 25 to 40 individuals in person each week, and they review records for another dozen, and they restart medications for probably 3 to 4 dozen a week. And then we try to work them into the schedule to be seen within 30 days because that's accreditation standards. We get records from the outside, from their providers of who's been previously providing medication, or if they were in the jail within the past 6 months, we can restart medication we know that they were on previously. But roughly at this point, the caseload for jail mental health is around 200 individuals right now, and it stays pretty consistent. And so there's very high demand because, as you're well aware, the acuity level of psychiatric care in the jail has gone through the roof since COVID all across this country, and we don't see that changing anytime soon.
So are you saying with this contract, do you believe that hopefully that every individual who would need psychiatric services would be able to receive it, or do you think there'll still be a gap?
This contract would simply extend what we're doing right now, and there will still be gaps. We're struggling to stay up with the need, and at times we have people who are very high need individuals who have to be seen weekly because that's the level of instability, and so that means we're bumping other people who are more moderate needs, and so there's a lot of struggle trying to get people seen, even with the current contract.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay. Jacobs.
Yeah, I just also had a follow-up question. I mean, I support this, but I think it just, again, highlights how much funding we are having to provide to take care of people with mental health issues and other medical issues in the detention center. I know I had asked the county manager if we could, as soon as possible, I know staff is busy with the budget, but between the Office of the Sheriff, Public Health, and Justice Services, if we can get an updated, comprehensive understanding of how much it actually costs per day, taking into consideration the mental health needs, physical health care, pharmaceutical prescriptions, food, housing, to take care of somebody in the detention center, because again, I think when we're looking at the kind of challenges that we have, we really need to understand the costs and again look at what we can do to prevent people from ending up in the detention center in the first place around diversion and prevention, and just every possible way. And I know Justice Services does a lot to do that, but just to really understand our whole system, the way it currently functions, and how we can continue to do better. And I guess related to this is the issue of the capacity restoration. And I'm wondering, has there been any progress on that issue? Because that, again, is the potential to people to be not in our detention center, but in another detention center, so that we're not paying those daily costs. I know there was an issue about transportation. I didn't know if we'd come up with any solutions around that.
Sheriff Burkhead, thank you for the question. No, not really. We haven't come up with any good alternatives to solve that. And it's a little more complicated than transportation and assignments. It's also the capacity that Mecklenburg County has to receive individuals. I think we have two residents on the list right now that could go out to Mecklenburg County or to Pitt County. Wake County is not accepting any. So our number is low. We're also on the waiting list at the Central Regional Facility. So we have options, but it's just about bed space and a few other things that need to be worked out. And again, we will save some money, but there still will be a cost to the county and to the sheriff's office.
So my understanding was a meeting I was in related to the representative from DHHS who runs that program for the state, that there were the two people that were identified, that there was the possibility for them to go to Mecklenburg. And I'm just wondering, around the cost of the transportation, is there any way for us to even look at the county helping with that? Because again, if we're paying over $3,000 a month, I'm just estimating if it's $200 a day or whatever to keep someone, then I can't imagine. I'm just, over time, I would hope that it would still be beneficial to, for us to figure out a way to pay that transportation cost, to whatever we need to do to help address your needs. But we also want to make sure for the system to work properly is for those people to be able to go to trial. That's the whole point of the capacity restoration, is they then can stand trial and move through the system instead of sitting in our jail.
Well, unfortunately, I wasn't privy to the conversation you were referring to with DHS Secretary. It's a
It wasn't the secretary. It was just the person in DHHS who runs that program.
Have them give me a call so
Okay.
we can talk out some of the nuances that you just articulated.
Could you all follow up appropriately with that? Thank you.
Well, they won't have anything to do with that. That's going to be the Office of the Sheriff. So we'll have to figure out.
I need to make sure that you're connected with the person from DHHS. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
County Manager, did you have any comments on this transportation cost and facilitating this sort of thing?
I
mean, we're talking about two people.
Sure. We talked about this briefly in the previous work session, and this is something we're following up on. And so, as the sheriff says, there are some nuances, and so let us get back with you with a written response in a couple of weeks to say what the path forward will be, whether it's moving forward or something different. It's just one that we've not fully fleshed out. Does that work okay, Sheriff?
No, absolutely.
Okay.
It's worth noting that we're talking about a very small segment of our population. Right now, we do over 2,000 transports annually, and so this is just a pebble in the ocean of transport and things that we do. We have this quick snapshot of the statistics.
So we are in the process of working on the statistics for the supplemental budget book, looking at the numbers last week in combination with the transports between different courthouses to the hospital and the IVC transports. We have spent about the equivalent of 10.5 FTEs doing transports during the last fiscal year, over almost 1,800 hours of just deputies sitting at the hospital, people who are in hospital here in Durham providing security, over 18,000 hours just doing transports. So when we talk about just two small individuals, we spend an enormous amount of time transporting people throughout the state of North Carolina. Those IVC transports go to the mountains in Morganton, also to Jacksonville. So it's really a much larger capacity issue, and those duties are performed by detention officers overnight. We have about 4 or 5 deputies who work regular business hours, and then we have patrol deputies supplementing overnight as well with hospital security. So it's more of a capacity issue. So yes, those 2 individuals there, but we're serving probably hundreds more doing transports throughout the year.
Okay, the next item is 260209. This is approve and authorize the manager to execute documents conveying a non-exclusive easement to Duke Energy over the county's property at 1211 Shallow Glen Drive to provide electricity to the county's new Shallow Glen lift station. The next one is 260231. This is to approve a change order number 1 for the installation of a generator for Northern Convenience Site under the IFB 2513R2 in the amount of $5,304.07 and approve the construction contingency in the amount of $39,541.36 for a total project of $440,259.07 and authorize the manager to approve subsequent change orders within the project budget. Okay, Commissioners, that concludes our consent items.
All right. Is there any other questions about the consent items? Okay. Moving on to our discussion items. We have a few here. So the first one is the departmental proposed planning and development department fiscal year 27 work program. Okay, on the agenda we have 20 minutes allotted. Is that enough or? Yeah, okay. Okay. Did you want to?
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Sarah Young, Director of Planning and Development Department. I've got with me Assistant Director Bo Dobrinsky here in case there's some really tough questions that I can't answer. So I wanted to just walk through, this is an item that we bring to you all every year as part of the interlocal agreement. We provide a proposed annual work program. This year's work program, like many years, includes kind of three parts. There are ongoing, mostly development review related activities. There are procedural things that we must do by the virtue that we have zoning in the state of North Carolina. And then there are kind of the discretionary projects. These tend to be our long range or community planning projects. Those are the things that tend to change year to year. This year, the work program has a number of items carried over in that last bucket, but it also has a few smaller new ones, and I just want to highlight those for you all. The first is last year we completed the Walltown Small Area Plan. There are a number of action items in that plan, and if we're able to secure funding, we will work on the first of those, which is to close a series of paper streets. The second is a natural resource protection overlay research project. This is a topic that came up a lot during the comprehensive plan. It's something that we talked about to some degree during the development of the land development code, which is the new UDO. And so we want to be able to do a little more research into these type of overlay districts, figure out the pros and cons, how one may potentially work for us here in Durham County. And then, we will present that research to Joint City County Planning Committee to give us further direction. We also have had, on and off the work program, a tree canopy assessment analysis that was taken over last year by the city's General Services Department, their Urban Forestry Division. That analysis is nearly complete, so now it's time for the planning staff to take a look at those results and see how that jives with our comprehensive plan goals for tree cover throughout the entire jurisdiction, city and county, and to make recommendations about how we may need to adjust our development regulations to make sure that we can meet our intended goals. So now that we'll have some data, we can kind of fine-tune our standards to make sure that we're eventually getting there. We will also, as part of that, take a look at comprehensive plan policies to see if any of them also need to be updated to reflect what we learned from that. The kind of fourth new thing is a biophilic cities metrics. So this is the city last year approved a resolution to become a biophilic city. That program requires monitoring of a set of metrics, and so this is preparing the baseline for those metrics. We are not the only department involved, but we are the lead department in compiling those. We also are reviving our Urban Design Studios program. That is a program that we had for many, many years. It is one where community members, business entities, anyone really can ask for assistance from us in kind of re-envisioning a space. So whereas small area plans think about bigger areas of the community, whole neighborhoods, et cetera, this program can look at like individual sites. And in the past we did quite a number of these, so we're excited to bring this back and see what our next one might look like. And then the last thing that's new, although it's not really, it's something we've been talking about for a long time, is implementation of Clarity, which is our new permitting software. As you all know, we function with a software called Land Development Office, which has a very antiquated 2007 vintage to it, and in the world of software, that is really old and outdated. So we're excited that Clarity will allow us to be much more efficient, improve our reporting, but it is also pretty time intensive in terms of staff resources to implement and deploy a brand new permitting system. So those are the highlights of what's new in the work program. We're here and happy to answer any questions or dive deeper into anything.
All righty, commissioners, any questions or comments? The work program. Commissioner Jacobs. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Yeah,
Burton.
no worries. I just want to say thank you for this. You know, I like the work plan around Bragtown. I was driving through there. I was at the Bragtown Library a few weeks ago, and the talk about the sidewalks, and then I end up driving through to see, okay, what are they talking about? Ellen showed me on the map where there were no sidewalks, things like that. And then I just drove around the community to get an idea of, okay, what's going on here. I haven't really been in Bragtown in a while, so I'm glad to see something, that there is a small area plan to figure out how can we make improvements to that area. So just wanted to give that comment. Thank you.
Commissioner Valentine.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So with respect to the Walltown Small Area Plan, I know we've been talking about that for a number of months. Is there any development on what the potential funding towards this?
So the plan, was completed last year. There are a number of action items. So the only funding that we're talking about for this coming work program is just essentially to hire a surveyor to do the survey work that's needed to close those alleys. Okay. As you know, in the plan, there was a lot of community concern about the state of the alleys that kind of become no man's land, and really the desire to clean them up and or repurpose them. So although we put in a budget request, I don't think that is going to materialize. I think that we're going to have to look at some other creative ways to potentially fund that. So that's why I left it in there. Okay. Because I'm an optimist. But yeah, we'll look at other ways that we can potentially fund that.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Jacobs.
Just had a few follow-up questions. The natural resource overlay, will that work be county-wide, and how will that be used in terms of the review process?
So this first phase is just looking at, envision it as kind of a white paper, like what do these overlays do when other jurisdictions use them? What can they do? What could we use it for? So this would not necessarily be going ahead and applying it, right? But seeing like what that tool does, how we may tailor it to Durham and what our needs are. And then if we get the go-ahead from Joint City County, then we would work to build out those regulations in the ordinance and then look at where it would apply, county, city, wherever it makes sense. So there's no specific geography with it yet. It's just kind of the early research.
It's just the earliest, okay. And then related to the tree canopy, the tree survey, is that county-wide?
Yes.
Okay. And also biophilic cities, does that have any relevance to the county itself?
I don't think it does. We can look into, it is a program tailored towards cities, my understanding. We've only been tangentially involved until now, but essentially, the premise is that while cities tend to displace nature, there is a way to kind of live together with nature, even in an urban setting. And so there are things that are, metrics that we have to identify to try and track, like how are we doing that? But we can certainly look and see if there's any further applicability kind of county, on a county level.
And related to the small area planning, I mean, it obviously is very important. I wonder, though, how we are communicating to our residents about the fact that they are not enforceable, like what we saw happen with North Cape Mall, and how, looking at what's happened with the Walltown small area plan, how do you think that process has resulted in positive results? I mean, I know one thing is, well, we've identified these paper streets, but now it's like, well, we don't have the funding to implement it. So I'm just wondering, what are your thoughts on ways that we could strengthen the role, since we're investing so much in these plans, and seeing what are lessons learned, or just moving forward with them?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I will say, kind of to your very first point, we do share throughout our whole engagement process with residents kind of what the limitation of any kind of visionary plan is, that it's not regulatory, that it can't, compel certain things to happen. So we are upfront with residents about that and explain that throughout the process. We don't want anyone to be, surprised thinking that a plan can do something that it cannot. I think with the Walltown Small Area Plan, we have been able on the staff side to leverage it and meet with the developer that has a pending development application right now, and try and work to, at least get a better outcome that is more in line with the small area plan than had the small area plan not existed. So I do think that's a positive. That's not something very public that the average person would see, but we on the staff side see that there's value to that, right? It gives staff a little bit of leverage to have those conversations with an applicant.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that, that you are able to use that. That's really good to hear. And then related to the heritage communities and the inventory of local historic districts, do you do an annual report on that? I forget. How do we, at least that comes to us in some form?
Yeah, so both the city and the county are what's called certified local governments under the state of North Carolina's Historic Preservation Program. And as part of that, the Joint Historic Preservation Commission, which is a city-county commission, has to file, we file it, a report with the state. It's called a CLG annual report. That doubles as the annual report for the Historic Preservation Commission, so you get that with your board and commission reports. Right. That's why, if you'll recall, it has a weird format. It's not normal, and that's because it's the state-mandated format. But yes, we are required to track all activity related to all identified, designated historic resources.
And then just related to the heritage communities, like just a list of them or any new ones, or do we actually get anything that yearly?
We don't. What we do, so we've had one designated so far, which is Merrick Moore, that's right. I was thinking, I had Bragtown in my brain, but Merrick Moore. We're working on the second one, which is Orange Factory. And so that one, since it's in your jurisdiction, that one will come to you all for designation. When we did Merrick Moore, we did a little event, so we'll be coordinating with you all to make sure that we can do something special to celebrate that. I think I heard from staff there was maybe another one already in the queue after that. But it really has been a very positive program, I will say. People really like being able to highlight the history of a community without the burden of the regulations that come with traditional kind of preservation designations. And I'm sorry, Commissioner, did I miss a part of your...
No,
okay.
that's...
Yeah.
That's great. Okay, and then my last question is, great to see the Urban Design Studio. Could you talk about what you really hope, because we can't require a lot of people get frustrated with the way things look, new construction and some of the infill that's happening. Could you talk about, and we're not allowed to require that, anything related to design by state law, but what are you hoping that will become, or how do you hoping that will work?
Yeah.
In terms of the impact.
So I will say this is a program that has kind of smaller, more specific impacts, right? And they're site by site. When the program ran previously, we were able to do things like get the property owners around the Holland Street Mall to agree to what changes would or wouldn't happen in Holland Street, and kind of a set of design standards that we all agreed to. The city had an interest, but the adjacent building owners also had an interest. And so it's a voluntary thing. Like we cannot impose standards, but when we have community interest in something and we can talk to the relevant property owners and get them to come on board and have this kind of collaborative design session where we, they don't have to pay, to have someone help them think through a design. We do that for them, and hopefully in return they kind of agree to implement what we come up with. So I think it'll be a series of smaller interventions. Why is that word so hard today? That hopefully will be meaningful.
All right. Hearing no other discussion, thank you all very much. Appreciate it. The next item on our agenda looks like the approval of the Freeze and Nicholas contract amendment for engineering services for Triangle Wastewater Treatment Plant expansion study.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
Thank you, Monica. So this is just going to be like a short presentation to give you an overview of where we stand with this contract as we're bringing it back to add funds for the next task moving forward. So the purpose of this study was we needed to look ahead and do some strategy planning as we're looking at the demands that we're going to see in Research Triangle Park and the surrounding areas. And so we're expected to grow as zoning in some areas are changing. So what we'd seen in the park in the past was there was these large campuses, your GSKs and that type. But over the years, that is all now changing to multi-use. So a lot of these campuses now have changed where there's businesses, there's residential, and so this is changing how much flow and stuff is going to start coming to the Triangle Wastewater Treatment Plant. So we need to start looking at how we're going to support all of this growth as far as not treating the waste, but actually getting it to the plant. We discharge to Northeast Creek, which is a tributary to Jordan Lake. And so within Jordan Lake, there's a lot of nutrient load requirements. And so the Triangle Wastewater Treatment Plant, many years ago, about 20 years ago, when the plant was expanded, actually took on the Jordan Lake nutrient limits at the time that had been established, even because we could meet them with the new plant. So we took on very low limits, and we've been meeting those for the last 20 years. So phase one of the study, which is currently what we're in and what the current contract is for, we looked at previous data that we've collected over the years, and they took the preliminary engineering report we had already done for phase 4 upgrades. They were looking at our current permits, our industrial users. They went through all of our operation and maintenance manuals and our inspection reports, trying to see if there's ways that we can optimize in hopes to, be able to take on more flow and meet those limits. So Freeze and Nichols developed a study work plan, and they submitted it to DEQ. for approval of the project to do Northeast Creek modeling. And the plan did get approved for the Northeast Creek sewer shed. So currently, we're having to meet these low limits. We're not sure right now what the state's going to allow us to do. So will the state come back and say that we can discharge more permitted flow, or can we not, where we're currently at? So the second task that they've been working on is they did field investigations. So they've had to study Northeast Creek because they got to determine currently what is the flow velocity, what is the flow capacity that's going into this creek, and they have to develop a model. And the state will use this model to determine what additional flows that they will allow or they will choose not to allow. They'll update existing models of Jordan Lake to include the Northeast Creek model. So right now, Jordan Lake nutrient strategy rules are also in the works of being passed through the state. And so we're not sure right now if EMC's passing those lower limits. So that's going to play a big part in this. And Friesen Nichols will submit the application as they get all the data to DEQ asking for speculative limits, which will come back and determine whether we get permitted for additional flow, if they say we can't discharge currently where we're at, but we could discharge somewhere else. And so that's what this study is going to tell us when we can kind of get to the end of it. So this contract amendment that we're asking for would be to go into phase 2, which would take on task 3 and 6 that was in the scope of services. And so task 3 is engineers' alternative analysis. So they'll look at population projections, and they're going to be taking into account currently all the land use models and what they could be used for to determine how much population can go into vacant areas right now. They're going to look at historical data for the development of the design, and they're going to evaluate all of our plant hydraulics to determine if there's something we can change that gives us more capacity or not. They'll develop treatment alternatives, and then they'll give us some engineering alternative analysis, and then they'll develop the opinions of probable construction cost. And that will lead us at that point to know what's going to be in the best interest for the county. And we'll be coming back at that point to show you all those numbers, because a lot of it will depend on, can the plant expand currently where we're at? Could we discharge where we're currently at, or would we have to run a discharge line further down into Jordan Lake somewhere? Task 6 is a request for technical support with the Jordan Lake rules readoption. So there's a lot of materials and technical comments, and with the Jordan Lake rules readoption, there's a lot of modeling, and I'm not a modeler, so a lot of the language is kind of foreign in some aspects. So this will allow them to help come back and tell us exactly if the models are working or they're not, and what's in the county's best interest. They'll communicate any technical and regulatory updates, and they'll also participate in the stakeholder meetings with Jordan Lake. Phase 3 will be a future contract amendment if we get to that point, so it's not part of this request of this amendment, but it is in that scope of services. So if you've read through, you've seen what we're looking at in the future, which would be possible preliminary design and permitting with the state, and then any additional studies and applications we may need. So that's kind of a quick overview of this Friesen Nichols contract. Some of it may be a little confusing, so any questions?
Commissioners, Commissioner Jacobs.
So, I'm chair of the Upper Neuse River Basin Association, and I'm very familiar with what it sounds like we're about to undertake. And this is a huge expense that we're undertaking for Durham County. So to increase the contract over $500,000, I guess one of my concerns is when I read the list of related to the modeling, I would like to understand how this is relating to the Jordan Lake, the group that is meeting to work around the rules adoption for Jordan Lake. And Manager Hager, and Monica, do we have anyone from the county serving on the group, do you know, related to Jordan Lake from the...
I believe Ryan Eves serves on that committee.
Ryan does? Okay. So we don't have a county commissioner because...
Well, I'm on the Jordan Lake,
okay,
one water.
Okay, so you were doing that. Okay,
yeah.
With Carl. Okay. Or no,
yes.
Matt.
Well, Carl was on there.
Okay,
I think
now
it
Matt.
switched over to Matt.
Okay. So, because in terms of the work that it sounds like we're about to undertake, which is to basically model the entire lake, that's the kind of work that the entire Upper Neuse River Basin Association did and paid for. So what I would like to understand is that how is the fact that we are going to take this on, but the city of Durham is part of that, Orange County, I mean, there's a lot of other jurisdictions.
Right.
How is this being coordinated?
So this right here is just modeling Northeast Creek from where we discharge going down to the lake. Because that will determine if we can discharge where we currently do into Northeast Creek. We are working on forming a larger group right now that I'm working with, which is the Upper Cape Fear River Basin. And we've been having meetings. I've been meeting with City of Greensboro, Burlington, Durham City, Mebane. We're all kind of now starting a group, and they actually, we had a meeting last week with DEQ and some of the EMC members. Unfortunately, I was out sick last week, so I missed that meeting, so I'm waiting to get an update on that. But because currently the Jordan Lake study is not, or doesn't appear to be a very well model. And so everyone in the Upper Cape Fear River Basin Association is questioning the model. And so we're looking at forming a group and working with through the Upper Cape Fear River Basin Association to kind of stop that from getting passed and let a new model take place. We may find out that if we go through and the state will accept the new model, it doesn't change anything for us. But right now, the model itself is questionable. And so we don't want to accept what the state is saying that model represents until we know for sure. So that's a separate modeling study that we're looking at. This one is just for Northeast Creek, just for plant expansion and hopefully preliminary limits so we can expand.
All right, because I did read through the contract, and it mentioned the modeling of it. What I understood when I read through it was it did refer to like modeling the whole lake. Maybe I misunderstood that.
Yeah, we would not do that.
Okay. Yeah, and I just want to put a pin in this because of my experience with the Upper Neuse River Basin Association and Falls Lake. It's a very similar situation, and it's going to be really important that everyone who's a part of the watershed is working together and collectively contributing towards the cost of modeling the whole lake. And the other thing that I want to raise, because I've also been in meetings since September with DEQ and the EMC in my role, is that unless the current standards around nitrogen and phosphorus change to actually be realistic and representative of the actual usages of the lake, then it's going to be problematic for Durham County, the future of RTP, and our whole region. Yes. And so that's something that it's not mentioned here, but I really want to stress it, is that it doesn't matter how much we've spent 10 years studying Falls Lake, spent millions of dollars modeling the lake. It's one of the best examples of scientific-based modeling in the entire United States, with the collaboratory, all these research institutions, and you still have the state sticking to definitions that don't make any sense. So I just want to really highlight that as we go into this process, and how important this wastewater treatment plant is because of RTP 3.0 and the future of Durham and our whole state, because RTP is an economic engine for our state. And so I think you know what I'm talking about. So
and we will probably be bringing back something soon as we're working on the larger group, looking at trying to get the state to allow stakeholders to have a model redone of Jordan Lake, because that would be, we would have a piece of that to cover as far as the cost for the modeling. The meeting last week was to even see if the state would even take the model if the Upper Cape Fear River Basin does it, because we don't want to spend the funds and then they say we're not going to accept it.
And right, and we've spent, again, millions of dollars, 14 different governments, and for research that the state should have been doing.
Correct.
And instead local governments have had to do it. And
then
they will not even follow the data that we have come up with. So this is a very serious issue between the Falls Lake rules and the Jordan Lake rules, because the standards that the state is using around nutrients don't make any sense. They're not scientifically based, and they will have an astronomical impact on everyday taxpayers in Durham County and every county that's in the watershed and city as well. So I'm just for everyone sitting here, just to really, for all of us to pay attention.
Yes,
thank you.
Commissioner Jacobs, we greatly appreciate your comments, because those are our concerns as a staff as well. Is Durham County has been a leader in this space. As you and others may remember, our plant was designed 20 years ago to meet or exceed the very stringent Jordan nutrient rules before those rules were even promulgated. And we have done so successfully for decades now, due to Stephanie's work over the last 5 to 7 years on optimizing the plant. We're doing even better in that space, and these rules would basically lump us in with others who have not been as progressive and have an incredibly draconian fiscal and operational impact. And that is why we as a staff felt it important to bring this to the manager, DCM Jones, and to you as a board today for your approval, because what you've outlined, we see exactly that parallel path you've said of how certain unfunded mandates are being promulgated and put on local governments without the rigor necessary.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Yeah, Commissioner Valentine.
Thank you, Chair. I share some of the concerns raised by Commissioner Jacobs, and it is a huge expense. but I think it's a necessary one based on the long-term infrastructure needs of our community, specifically in light of the level of growth that we're experiencing. And so I want to keep that in everyone's view as well. My question is, you talked about early in the briefing about this impact on not only RTP, which is important, but also some of the other surrounding areas. So if you can highlight those surrounding areas that could potentially be impacted. And my second question is with respect to increasing the existing discharge in Northeast Creek. I know that the state has to make their decision whether to allow or not allow, but like amongst the staff, like what are they saying with regards to the implications for this? Just, you know, even if it's only anecdotal, because I think I'm correct in we're still doing an analysis of that.
Correct.
Okay.
So some of the surrounding areas would be outside of RTP. So if you look at the area where like the Cree facility is located, all of that's outside of Research Triangle Park. And so so Durham County has sewer outside of the park, kind of going out toward Wake County. We also accept sewer from some of the city customers. So that's some of the 80%. So coming in from the other side of the plant, from city limits, we accept a lot of that waste as well. As far as some of the impacts, you know, if the state came back and said, you know, we're not going to grant you any higher permitted flow discharge, currently where you're at, part of this study is going to be looking at some of those alternatives, which could be, I mean, you know, worst case scenario is you say no more development, right? Which that is where we definitely never want to go. You know, other options would be that maybe we would have to run a discharge line further down into Jordan Lake. And if we look at kind of what happened with Western Wake, they were required to run their discharge line past Buckhorn Dam, going into Lee County. So then we're looking at a really large expense of, you know, trying to get a line that far. And then there's always looking at options of partnerships. You know, would there be a way to partner with the town of Cary and help pay to have a larger line since they already go that far? And we do something, you know, that might be an alternative. So this study will also look at those alternatives to kind of see what other options we may have. And Jay may have something else to add.
I think Stephanie has covered the question, Commissioner Valentine, very well. I would just note that this project is really a 20 to 30 year project. We are in the nascent phase right now. That is the reality of this type of project. It is a very long lead time project due to the environmental rigor, the studies and things that must be conducted. Northeast Creek is designated a low flow stream. While there is some current legislation that makes it a little more favorable to discharge to those, obviously that regulatory environment is a bit uncertain. And so we are doing these studies to try and bring some clarity to options, because all of these options very candidly will be looking at things in the hundreds of millions of dollars. The Western Wake project that Stephanie mentioned back in 2005, 2010 was about 300 million or better. And so this is not a low-cost undertaking. It is not a short timeline undertaking. And so it requires a good deal of rigor on the front end to make sure, as best we can in the current known variables, get this right, so that we can start planning this long time horizon in this project with some level of certainty, and then produce reasonable fiscal models as well as construction models to help our utility, our county, and our service clients have some predictability going in the future.
Thank you for that. And so, although 20 to 30 years seems like it's a long time, the future actually started yesterday, Mr. Gibson. And so I'm a big believer in being on the right side of history, and I think us preparing accordingly is consistent with that thought. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you very much. Not seeing others wanting to make comment. Thank you so much for this. I guess, do we need to approve, or this goes to?
It will come back May 11th.
It comes back. Okay, thank you. All right. Next item on our agenda is the adoption of local water supply plan for Rougemont water system.
Yes.
It's 20 minutes. We have 20 minutes associated with this. Okay. All right.
So a little bit of the background about Rougemont Water System. The Rougemont residents relied on private wells that were contaminated from leaking underground fuel tanks. So they had unsafe drinking water for over 20 years. So their temporary fixes at the time was they used bottled water. They had filters that were supplied by the state. So in Durham County, built a public water system in 2016 to provide a permanent water supply that would be safe. And so at the time it was built, it was funded through federal and state partners. And now the county owns and operates the system in northern Durham. This is just a map of the contaminated area. So what's inside the red there was kind of the plume of the contaminants from fuel. And then this showed the actual needs of the residents of the parcels who needed water that the county helped when they built the system. So the importance of the system, of course, is we provide safe, clean drinking water for the residents. It helps protect public health. And we're wanting to support community stability and future growth in the area. So currently the system is fully operational. We have 33 customer accounts currently, so 25 residential, 5 commercial, and 3 institutional. In calendar year 2025, we delivered over 1 million gallons of clean water, and which was a daily average of around 2,800 gallons. So the local water supply plan is a requirement by NCDEQ as part of our permit. They have to be updated at least every 5 years. Sometimes we get requested to do those annually. The purpose of the plan is just to kind of guide a long-term water supply planning. So they look out 20 to 50 years and want to make sure that we have enough water to continue to supply those customers. And the plan contains current projected water demand, our available water resources, the capacity of the system, any drought responses, conservation measures, and any future improvements. Right now, our future improvements is in the budget for FY27. We did request to replace half of the water meters this year coming up, and then we'll replace the other in FY28. And the reason for the request was to improve the accuracy of the water measurements. Over time, water meters will not read properly, so they'll see a reduce in what they read, which will make billing errors. And so the new meters will just help us continue to see what's happening and to plan better. And the recommended best practice is replace them every 10 to 12 years. So part of this is the local water supply plan for this year has been submitted to the state, and it has been approved. But once the state approves the plan, then they require that a resolution be signed by the chair of the board to be submitted back to the state. And then that just kind of finalizes it for the year. So this is, like I said, this is usually an annual thing, so you'll see me back every year with this. And so the plan was attached if you wanted to review that. But yeah, this is just to let you know the plan was approved and to get the resolution approved for signature.
All right. Commissioner Burton.
Yes. Only question I had was about Bahama. I guess they didn't have these kind of issues. Are the folks in Bahama, they're on well water?
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions? Commissioner Jacobs.
I just had a comment, since this is a program that started about 10 years ago, just for our board. I'm really proud of Durham County for this program. This happened because there was, some contaminants leaking into people's well water in Rougemont, and this was a great example of our staff going out and getting federal and state grants to create this water system to protect people's safety and well-being. So it just was a great partnership with the state and federal government. I remember it really well. We were like celebrating drinking the water up in Rougemont when it happened, and I forget how. I know I saw 2 different numbers, but how many people is it currently serving? I know it's like something like 25 different households.
So we have 33 customers currently. We're permitted. I think we can have up to 42 based on the parcels that was in the contaminated area. So right now it's 25 residential homes, I believe. And then, of course, there's a couple of Exxon gas stations, Dollar General's there. And then, of course, like the Raritan Club and a couple of churches.
So have some people chosen not to use the system?
I believe everyone that has a home currently on one of those parcels is one of our customers.
Mm-hmm. And just thinking about, can you imagine for people when they might choose to sell their property and not, if they didn't have access to clean water, would really be a burden for them. So anyway, just I want to thank the staff for continuing to run an outstanding system for people in this area of our community. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments? Thank you very much. We appreciate you.
Chair Lee?
I'm sorry, I didn't see you over there, Commissioner Valentine.
So just one question. So I'm a big proponent of sort of preventive and maintenance schedules, being a military man. And so you had mentioned about the meters being changed out on the schedule. Is that something that's new, or is that something that's existed?
So this will be our first time changing out the meters because the system's just now reaching that age where we need to do that. But we do, maintenance all the time as far as, part of our permit requirements. And then, of course, walking the lines, checking the, valves and testing. And so, yes.
Excellent. So thank you for your due diligence for our county residents.
Thank you.
All right. This time, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Next item on our agenda is the draft fiscal year 27 Durham Annual Transit Work Program update. And after this program, we'll do a lunch. Okay. After this presentation. We have 30 minutes allotted for this. That's presentation and questions. Does that work for you all? Does it work for the commissioners?
Does that mean both, Chair? 30 minutes for both?
We have for the whole item, 30 minutes.
I just want to make sure.
All right.
Good morning.
Good
Yes,
morning.
we will try to fit within 30 minutes. Good morning. I'm Ellen Beckman, Durham County Transportation Director, and I'm here with Brandy Miner, Durham County's Transit Program Administrator and Staff Working Group Administrator, and Sean Egan, the City of Durham's Transportation Director. So we're here today to provide an update on the development of the FY27 Durham Transit Work Program. Brandy, presented a longer version of this in April, and she will be back in June with the final work program. This presentation today is kind of outside of our process, so you have to listen to me present today. So since April, Durham County received a request from the City of Durham to assist with a shortfall in the city's transit fund in FY27. This request is not typical, and it kind of occurred outside of the planned work program development process. The city brought this request to the joint city-county meeting on April 14th, and the city and county staff were asked by the elected officials to consider what could be done given our adopted agreements and policies. So we have an update on that today. We are seeking your feedback on if the city's proposal is acceptable so that we can proceed with finalizing the work program. So a few overview slides just for context. The Durham Transit Plan is a long-term vision for how to improve public transit in Durham County using the county-wide half-cent sales tax for public transit. The plan is required to be approved by the Board of Commissioners, the Go Triangle Board of Trustees, and the Triangle West Transportation Planning Organization. The work program is the annual budget for that transit plan, and its primary goal is to advance the projects in the adopted plan. Durham County is the lead agency for developing this annual budget. The staff working group administrator, who is Brandy Miner, is responsible for organizing the process, setting the schedule, preparing the document, and presenting it to the boards for approval. The work program will need to be approved by Durham County and the Go Triangle Board of Trustees. The draft work program was released for public comment more than a month ago, and it was presented to you in April, so public comment has closed. And just real quick, it's a $57 million budget this year. The vast majority of that funding comes from the half-cent sales tax, and we are also drawing $10 million from fund balance. As we presented, the half-cent sales tax receipts were lower than forecasted in 25, and given the economic uncertainties right now, we have proposed no growth. However, even with that more conservative revenue forecast, we are able to fund all of the planned projects in the transit plan, and that includes $26 million of additional capital expenditures this year. So these are capital expenditures that are planned in the CIP. And we are also proposing to continue to fund all of the operating expenditures that were approved last year, and they can continue to be funded next year with a 2.5% growth rate. So, due to careful budgeting, I do want to emphasize that we are able to continue to fund all of the promised projects. Next slide. As the operator of the local bus system, Go Durham is receiving the vast majority of the funding at $38 million. Go Triangle is next as our regional bus operator at $16 million. We are funding one new project this year, which is the Durham Transit Plan update. So this will be led by Durham County staff. Our interlocal agreement requires that the plan be updated every 4 years. The last plan was adopted in 2023. Also in 2023, we developed a new transit governance interlocal agreement. That interlocal agreement also says that we will review it every 4 years for any potential changes. It doesn't have to be changed, but we will review it. We did make many significant changes in governance in 2023 to increase accountability, transparency, and cooperation. Some of these changes have been positive, but we also recognize that there may be additional changes necessary to address some of the issues that we've encountered over the last 4 years. Every year that we presented this work program, there's always been requests for policies and strengthening policies or adopting policies to improve, our process. So we do intend to include policy development in that transit plan update. We intend to come back in the fall with an update on our progress. So it's important to recognize that this state law that authorized the half-cent sales tax requires a long-term financial plan for these funds. And so we do have a financial model that forecasts all our planned expenses through 2040. We have a multi-year operating program and a multi-year capital improvement program. And that's critical because it demonstrates that we can continue to fulfill all of the transit plan promises through 2040. There is a fund balance as we presented in April, but that is necessary to ensure that we can continue to fund all those projects. This funding source is being used for annual bus operating, but it also is the intended local funding source for larger capital projects that often take many years, sometimes decades, to develop. Those larger projects typically require going after federal grants, and we need to demonstrate that we have the local funding source to compete well for those federal grants. We just want to make sure that that's well understood, that there is funding set aside for those larger capital projects in the future. And I know many of you guys have been engaged recently on the Bus Rapid Transit Vision Plan. That's an example of the type of projects that we're trying to make sure that we can continue to fund. The draft work program has a $15 million low point in the financial model in the future. Our policies require a $10 million minimum fund balance, so there's approximately $5 million of capacity available to program. So this year, given the financial constraints, we were limited in what we could consider adding, and we received direction from the boards in January to proceed with a status quo budget. Our partners requested that we also prepare a supplemental partner budget priorities document to highlight other new requests that were not able to be included. So that's included in your materials and was presented in April. So given the city's additional requests, we want to recognize that this is in addition to those partner budget priorities that were presented. As I described in April, it is my recommendation that we focus on fully funding our existing projects over operating expansion right now, and that among those budget priorities, the paratransit maintenance facility would be my recommendation to be prioritized, and the future investment income could be a funding source to assist with that funding gap. It still likely will require additional funding and a coordinated solution with the city. Next slide. So the schedule is shown here. This process really began more than 6 months ago. There's things not on the schedule. And we are at a critical time for making final decisions. The staff working group, which is the 4-member staff committee that votes to recommend the final work program, is scheduled to meet on May 20th. And in order to have a document for their consideration, we need to make final decisions really this week. The staff working group is required to recommend the final work program. And I do want to recognize that the staff working group could vote contrary to what's discussed today, but we are requesting your feedback to prepare a document for their consideration. And with that, I will turn it over to Sean to discuss the city's update.
Good morning, Chair Lee and Commissioners. Sean Egan, the city's transportation director. So just recapping the conversation that Ellen alluded to that we had on April 14th when the city council was looking at our budget retreat in February. We were projecting a shortfall for FY27 in the city's transit fund of about $8.2 million. We looked at a series of potential cost reduction measures that could be done, but even those would leave a substantial gap. And we also just kind of refreshed on the proposal to implement fare collection, but the direction that we got at that from the city council was that they were not in favor of moving forward with that. So that left us with the $8.2 million gap. If we go into the next slide. So we looked at, all right, are there steps that we could take as we conclude FY26 and into FY27 to make sure that we're right-sizing the budgets for the services that we can feasibly implement and run, and then are there some services that we had planned to implement that could be deferred to free up funding in that 27 budget. So we did a revision of our forecast for the current fiscal year that yielded 3.68 million, but that funding can only be accessed if there's an amendment to the FY26 budget, which is not part of that that work plan and that schedule that Ellen just laid out. At that point, we turned our focus to looking at services that we were planning to implement in FY27. We had planned to go from Sunday night service from 9 p.m. to midnight. Deferring that is $966,000. Deferring the Route 13 that currently operates once an hour gets to $776,000, and then doing a partial implementation of our North Durham services, where we had initially planned to do 15-minute service on the full length of both Route 4 and Route 9. We'd be doing a modified implementation on Route 4 from downtown up to Northern High School in the Old Farm neighborhood, rather than going to the full northern length of it. That's the area where we see the most significant ridership and crowding issues. And then Route 9, which doesn't have as severe crowding issues that we're seeing on Route 4, that would be deferred. So by kind of restructuring those North Durham frequency improvements, that yielded $867,000. So that's another about 2.6 million that is we've now resubmitted all of our project budget sheets for 27, so that funding is available. And then Ellen made reference earlier to about 5 million of liquidity in the model. So with those, that puts us at about 7.6, not quite enough to fully solve, but we think there are some additional revisions we could make in the 27 work program that could get us, that could free up that full 8.2. And so then the question becomes, how would that 8.2 be funded in terms of authorized projects, eligible projects? So we looked at our vehicle replacement schedules. We have vehicles that we've ordered, some of which will be coming in 27, some of which will be making progress payments in 27. We have major rehabilitation of vehicles, and then we have equipment, things like electric vehicle charging infrastructure that's needed to support our bus fleet. So all of those projects together get us to a little over 5 million, and then the city's moving forward with a series of improvements to bus stops and pedestrian access to bus stops across the Go Durham system. So in the 2017 bike and walk plan, transit and access to bus stops was a critical factor in prioritizing improvements. So we're moving forward with a series of projects in FY27 that will improve safety, sidewalk connections, as well as crosswalk connections to make it safer for our bus riders to get to and from their bus stops. So we estimate that's about 3.18 million. So with the 5 million that's excess liquidity plus the savings that we've already identified, and then we'll sharpen our pencils a little bit, and I think we can get all the way to 8.2. That would enable us to close our budget gap for FY27. That would alleviate the need to raise property tax rates, which was part of that discussion with the City Council during that budget retreat. And it would give us time to work with our partners as part of the plans for the year ahead to address the long-term structural needs that we have and to put us on a strong financial footing going into FY28 and beyond. So the city's request is for the Board of County Commissioners to give us essentially a thumbs up that this approach aligns with the discussion that we had here with city and county elected officials on April 14th, and that you're comfortable with us continuing to work toward being able to close this gap, fully fund transit services, enable a more modest expansion that we'd planned, but we would still be growing our 15-minute frequent service network in FY27, and then we'd be working to ensure sound financial footing for the years ahead.
All right. So the action requested is to provide direction on this final work program to meet our approval deadlines. As mentioned, we really need to finalize this week. Durham County staff do not recommend considering any additional requests from any project sponsor at this time. We are beyond the deadline for giving any new request adequate consideration and review. So if the city's proposal is accepted, as mentioned, it does need to be refined to confirm that it fits within the financial model, or costs would need to be reduced. We have landed on a proposal that would use FY27 funding for FY27 one-time capital expenses, and it should not affect any other project sponsors' current or future planned projects. Ultimately, with approval of the work program, the city requests reimbursement through Go Triangle, and so it will be up to the city to verify that all those costs will be reimbursed next year. And if the proposal is not acceptable, we do have the draft work program. That is still a viable option for approval.
Can you say that again? I didn't hear that last part.
That the draft work program that was presented in April is still a viable option to continue to proceed with if the city's proposal is not acceptable.
Okay. Questions, comments? Okay, go ahead, Wendy.
Thank you. I just want to get clarification on a few things. Sean, the slide that you showed, can we go back to that? That one. I'm a little confused. Can you explain the 3.68 million, what that is right
Sure.
there?
So that is for services that we had planned to implement in the current fiscal year 26. So, for example, we had planned to implement our East Durham service improvements at the beginning of the fiscal year in July. Because of operational constraints, we weren't able to implement those services until November. We had also been looking at implementing, and we budgeted for implementing the Route 4 and Route 9 services for 6 months. And those will not be implemented. And so what we did was to look at the projections that were made as part of the short-range transit plan that was done for the bus services. We also found some efficiencies in how we implemented some of the recommendations coming out of that plan. For example, there was a proposal for a standalone crosstown service between the Duke Regional Hospital and the Duke VA campus on Irwin Road. We found that it was more cost-effective to extend the Route 6 rather than implement that as a standalone. So we went back and did a detailed analysis to say, all right, well, how do we make sure that we're right-sizing our 26 expenses to reflect what services will actually be delivered in 26. And so that total is the 3.68. However, in order for that total to be recognized in the model, the 26 work program would need to be amended. So we're looking at other ways. Those funds will revert back to the tax district at the end of this year. But the way the model works is that it is required to reflect the appropriated amounts. And so that's why we've turned our attention to knowing that that funding will be reverting back to the tax district, but for all of these changes to be reflected in 27, we're looking at 27 savings as well as the longer range, that $5 million that's available in the model, just so that we can proceed with approval of the FY27 work program without the need to make changes to 26.
Okay, so you're basically saying we're not going to be spending, or we're returning 6.2 million or 6.3 million will be available because it hasn't been spent. Is that what you're saying? In operational costs?
These are all, operational costs. The changes, the revisions, those were the services, the 9 p.m. to midnight on Sunday, the 13 and the 4 and the 9. All of those would have been implemented in FY27. So what we're recommending is that we restructure those and defer some of those improvements, and then have the 27 work program reflect the deferral of those service improvements.
Okay, and then, because this all started initially with the gap in the operations, the 8.2?
Yeah, 8217.
Okay, so this all started with the gap in wanting to keep the system fare-free and wanting to find 8.2, where because the county transit plan dollars are not supposed to be used for baseline operations, they're supposed to be used for new or expanding service, not existing, right? So that's where we get into that issue. And then you're asking for this one-time funding, I guess the next slide, $8 million, which is about the equivalent of what you need for the operations, to go from capital. I guess one of my questions is, because it was mentioned in the memo that $30 million in capital did not get spent last year, why wouldn't we look at taking the 8.2 million from the 30 million that didn't get spent?
So for the most part, that funding is attached to projects that are underway. So the biggest example is the Durham Station project. So that project has been underway for about a year now. Because we have federal grants on that project, when we get an invoice, we always draw the federal funds first before drawing the local funds. So we're still drawing down federal funds for that project in 26, but as we look into 27, we're going to need those local dollars to be able to complete the project. By drawing the federal funds first, it leaves those dollars in the tax district accounts so that it can generate investment income. Another example is the bus purchases. We just took delivery of 6 transit plan funded buses. Those are in service now, and so the bulk of that funding has been requested. We just submitted on Thursday last week our third quarter requests. And then in other cases, we've got projects that will be moving forward, like the Holloway Transit Corridor project. That project will be moving forward into construction in 27. So even though those funds haven't all been drawn down yet for the most part, those funds, those appropriated funds, are needed to advance our major capital initiatives.
I just want to note for the record that the rationale that you just gave for why we should not touch those capital funds is the exact reason why we should not use the capital funds in the transit plan that are allocated for projects like future BRT. So I agree with you, and I just want to note for the record that we've heard people say, well, you can just, the money's sitting there for other projects, you could just use it. And this is the same line of thinking. So I just also want to ask, like, how can we, I understand, like, we're being creative and trying to come up with this, like, one-time solution. And I think, like, from the county's perspective and for the sake of the transit plan, and this is between, I guess, you, Sean, and you, Ellen, and the county manager, how can we make sure that it's just one time only? Like, can we have an MOU around that? Can we have a written agreement around that? I mean, how do we actually ensure that this is just a one-time thing?
So, yeah, I would see if the county manager would be willing to share the conversations that she's had with Manager Ferguson.
Well, there are a couple of ways that we could do that. I mean, it's how the item is approved, that it's one time and it's for capital and it only would be allotted for that 1 year. So that in itself would show that it would sunset. As Sean has mentioned, the city manager and I have had conversations about how we move in this space going forward, because there are some opportunities in how the city, the county, Go Triangle addresses transit, and we have some challenge in that there are operational expenses that are greater than our ability to pay, as well as capital that are larger than originally projected a few years ago. So this is a conversation that we're needing to have further, and I know we talked a little bit about that at the joint city-county planning. And so for this item, as well as a few others, it's a situation where we may recommend to present a number, a budget amount, with a comma that we're coming back because we need to discuss this matter further. And so if we were to move forward with it, it would be to note it is just a one-time allocation if the board chose that route.
Okay.
Yeah. Like for what you might see if this goes forward in the final work program, it would be a distinct project. And we can have a scope that describes it as a one-time project only for FY27. And then this time next year, we can plan to close it out, so that the funding goes away. So that's just logistically how we would do it.
Right, okay, because from a policy perspective, I certainly wouldn't want to hear, oh, well, we did it before, so we can just keep doing it or do it again. And I'm wondering, related to, I know when we're going to do an update to the transit plan, do we have any policy that says that for all capital projects, that all partners will be ensuring that the projects are eligible for, ensuring they're eligible for state and federal funding, and that there will be a cost share. There will also always be a local cost share for the partner. In other words, that everyone has skin in the game, and that we are making sure making sure projects are eligible for every possible funding source for these large capital projects. Do we have a policy currently around that?
No, we do not have a policy that explicitly says that. We have, as a whole, like in the transit plan, in the past work programs, we have stated that on projects that this is intended to fund, a certain percentage of the project. All of the work program projects have an exhibit that outlines other funding sources. There's a table in there, so that's where we document what the expectations are. And there's a line that says transit plan funding. There's a line that says other funding. So we try to document that. It does vary from project to project, though. We have no overall policy.
Well, I'd like to request that be considered as we update the transit plan. And then you also suggested in the memo about using the, considering in the future as a way to help fund the city's operations facility. Could you be explicit about that? That's the
investment income?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so presented more on that last April, but just or last month. But just to reiterate, we do have a fund balance right now, and one of the benefits of the fund balance is that it is generating investment income. I think it was about $7.5 million last year. Since investment income is unpredictable, and hopefully we are spending the money and drawing down the fund balance. That's what our transit plan says we will. We can't make predictions for what that investment income will be each year, so it's not in the model. It's kind of like a bonus that we get each year. And so because we have significant funding gaps in particularly two City of Durham capital projects for the paratransit and bus maintenance facilities. I think they total $68 million. That is a potential source to slowly help, address that gap. I can't say that it will fully address that gap. It depends on schedules and how the income comes in. So, no promises, but that is something that we could prioritize for the use of those funds. It is, just generally better budget practice to use those types of unpredictable revenues for capital projects and not for ongoing operating projects.
Yeah. So would we need to vote on that kind of thing as a policy going forward if we wanted to designate that for that purpose?
I think it would be helpful.
Okay.
We could bring something forward.
So I definitely would be open to considering that with, again, the caveat that there would be some policy around that those projects need to have a plan for how they're going to be funded, and that there also be, again, local city funding involved, because I do think it's important. Projects are going to be better managed if, again, everyone has skin in the game. So I would want to see some plan involved for how they're going to be funded. Thank you. But I'm open to that. Thank you.
Commissioner Burton.
Yes, thank you. And the reason why I let my colleague go first is because she has all the institutional knowledge around transit. And one of the things trying to wrap my head around with all the things that go on, you have all these different organizations that are involved and trying to make sense of it. So when I was looking at the chart or the slide where it says the projected revenue, and it says that we're going to pull $10.4 million from fund balance to help with our projected revenue and our things like that. So if would we have to pull money from our fund balance to help with this one-time cost, or using this investment income to help with this one-time cost? Is that included in the $10.4 million, or will be an additional amount that we will be pulling from our fund balance? How would that work?
It would be an additional amount. I mean, essentially, these numbers would increase by $8.2 million.
Gotcha. And I think that's why we need to have a policy, right? Because, you know, if we're thinking about these big scale projects and if we're pulling money, like even with the investment income, because I can see where that can look like, okay, we got this investment income, we could use it for this, and okay, and then we're not really building our fund balance so we can handle these really big, massive projects. How much do we have in our fund balance now? Approximately?
Yep, it was, I think, 212 million as of February.
Yeah, and it sounds like a lot of money, but when you have to do these really big projects, it's not a lot of money. So I don't want us to continuously go into it to fund like these operating costs and things like that. So thank you so much for your presentation. I think we just have to think about what do we do long term to ensure we have these viable transit plans and that we can do the work that we need to do. So thank you so much.
Commissioner Valentine.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So we've been talking about this being a one-time solution to fill this $8.2 million gap. I have some concerns over this being one time. I think we're going to be right back here again next year dealing with the same issue. I don't know if anyone else has that reservation or concern, but I certainly do and want to share it publicly. I think the elephant in the room is fare free, and I certainly like fare free, but the fact of the matter is it's not free. We have to budget for it. And I mean, I've sat through several of these briefings, and I don't seem to hear anyone putting forth a plan for how we're actually funding this. And another concern, one raised by many of our residents through email and in the streets regarding Route 4 and 9. And so the city's proposal is to take that out and kick the can down the road. Our residents expect us to deliver on what we promised. And they don't make distinctions between the city and the county. Because I can't tell you how many times people have actually said, Commissioner Valentine, I hold you personally responsible for this, which is part of the job. But with respect to the plan and the models that are already in place, I'm in line to support that, if that's the way forward. And if there's a creative way to keep those parts of the transit plan on the table and help our partners, I'm willing to entertain that. But everything that I've heard over the course of the last several months leads me to want to support the plan that we already have in place.
All right, Vice Chair Lum.
Yeah, just to round that out, I think I agree with this. I'm glad that during the work plan, that part of the thing that you emphasized, Ellen, is going to be those policy pieces, because that's something that's come up, and I feel like it ties into this very conversation about what are the MOUs to make sure that this isn't a recurring thing. And I know in the meeting that we had with Chair Lee and the city council members Caballero and Mayor Pro Tem Caballero and Councilmember Rist, we asked, like, what is the way to make this not be recurring? And it would be a city tax rate increase. I think it was like 1.5 cents, was it, for like to...
Yeah, it was a little over 1 cent in 27 and then incremental increases in future years.
Yeah, and so wanting to know, like, what is obviously, revenue. Nobody wants to increase taxes. So we at the county are dealing with that when it comes to all the areas that we fund. But I think one way or another, residents are going to be paying for this service and this program. And I think it's important for us to see from the city side what willingness do they have to bring the money forward within the city's budget, because whether they come to the county and ask for that funding, it's still coming from residents anyways. And so I look forward to having that conversation through the policy discussions and the MOUs that are written up about the long-term plan from the city.
Okay. All right. So I had a question about Go Triangle and how that all fits kind of in. I sit on the board of trustees of Go Triangle, and I've been, obviously I've been hearing information, and they're requesting information as well. Where does Go Triangle's request fit into this? So what I understand, they're requesting the $482,000 to be revenue neutral. That means to take it from like the 2031 and spend it now and then work on that later. Like where does that fit in? Are you aware? I'm sure you're aware of that, of course, but I just don't know where that fits into all of this. Is that in the plan, or is that one of those extra things that we're speaking about? Like we can't really do anything extra. I'm just curious about that.
So as presented in April, there were partner budget priorities, things that were requested that we weren't able to fit in the draft work program. Mm-hmm. And so Go Triangle had several requests. 2 bus operating requests were included there, the Route 800 and the DRX.
Right.
So as we described then, the available the financial capacity was around $5 million, right? And we couldn't fund everything. We were asking for feedback on those priorities. If the city's request is acceptable and we use some of that $5 million for this $8.2 million request, it would not leave funding for other requests from other partners. I am aware that Go Triangle sent email to us late Friday. I don't think Brandy or I have had the opportunity to review that in any detail, so I'm not prepared to comment on that at this time. As we talked about, we do need to make final decisions this week. Frankly, I'm disappointed to receive a request so late in the process. It makes it hard for us to really adequately consider it at this time. So. We could always consider that for next year's work program at this point, but it's my recommendation that we not consider that at this time. I really can't comment on it, and if we move forward with this, it does not leave funding in the financial capacity for those requests.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that. I just wanted to ask about it. To see where that fit in, and it kind of falls in the category of late requests there. Commissioner Valentine?
Yes, I just have a follow-up question. And so I'd like to have as much information as that I need when making a tough decision, particularly like this. How much is the city currently designating towards transit?
So the primary source is property tax. That's about 2.6 cents right now. I think that yields about 19 million in revenues. Those figures are being updated based on some additional information from the tax assessor's office, but I think that was the information that we shared during our budget retreat in February.
Thank you.
I just wanted to note with the Go Triangle submission, and as with some of the conversations earlier, I will say about this budget season, it is so different than many that we've been through. And as we think through the next several months, some of these items, we will probably need to come back and think about them further as we look at the region and the county and the city, et cetera. But to your point, Chair, I know that's important, and I would offer that this is not the end of the story, but we have time to come back and discuss these matters further.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Jacobs.
Just to follow up on Vice Chair Alam and Commissioner Valentine's questions about the way the city's funding mechanism. So there is the opportunity to add to that additional designated tax just for transit. Yeah, and honestly, looking at what the future may hold, if there is going to be any consideration of a designated, increasing the designated portion for transit, this would be the time to consider it.
Okay. All right, so this was for information, I guess, or this moves to, I know you have to make a decision this week. I'm not sure what do we do here?
We would like to have an understanding of what you would like to see in June in terms of the city's proposal.
Okay, how do we?
The long-term strategy of the city?
No, really just what we include in the final work program for FY27. So whether or not to accept the request for $8.2 million of one-time capital expenditures, and the corresponding necessary decreases to make sure it can be accommodated in the financial model.
So you're asking if we're accepting the city's request, $8.2 million.
I don't know. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure if my comments were clear on where my position was, but to the extent that the things the way that they are, I wouldn't be in support of that. And so if somebody can come back and give me some additional information as to how we get to yes, with the inclusion of 4 and 9. But the way things are, I'm status quo. So the answer, I guess, that would be no.
I'm open to this one-time approach with the caveats that I mentioned around policy agreements and some ensuring that this is just understanding that this is a dealing with a crisis, but I also think there needs to be serious consideration. As again, Vice Chair Alam mentioned, what is going to be the strategy for the city to increase their funding for transit and to not be reliant on the Durham County transit tax as their primary source. It's obviously the majority. I think out of this budget, I think it's like $38 million. Is that right? So the majority of the transit funding transit tax is going to the city, but there needs to be, obviously that's not enough. So I think also Commissioner Burton was alluding to this. We also need to understand what is the city's plan for funding capital and operating on an ongoing basis for the baseline operations.
Commissioner Burton.
I am willing that we do this one time and agree with my colleague, Commissioner Alam, Vice Chair Alam, that the city, there has to be some type of long-term plan around transit. And I totally get what my colleague, Commissioner Valentine says, that there has to be some tough discussions with regards to transit about how we decide about what's funded, but I'm willing that we use one-time money to fund these projects and that there's something in writing or that this is just one time. So.
Commissioner Lam.
Yeah, I think for me, when you guys come back in June, it's that commitment from the city side, and I know they're going to pass their budget probably before or right around the time that you guys are coming back to us. So seeing that even within this budget cycle, of their commitment to not have this be a recurring request from the county next year.
Okay, and I think my feelings towards this is probably closer to Commissioner Valentine's than not. I've said this a few times in our conversations that I'm not convinced that this is a one-time ask. I'm just not. And my concern is if we're at the $8.2 million now, like, it's going to continue. I think it's going to continue with, and it doesn't feel, and I could be wrong about this, doesn't feel like there's adjustments fiscally on the city side to make changes. Every time I mentioned something previously, it's, oh, we can't do that, community. We can't do that. We can't do that. Well, if we can't make any changes fiscally, it's going to be the same thing. And, you know, we talk about affordability, but we can't burn the candle at both ends. Like, we can't continue to raise taxes and then continue to say we need affordability. Like something's got to give. We can't do it on both sides here. So at the moment, I'm just not convinced that it'll be a one-time thing. I think just like Commissioner Valentine said, I think we're going to be here next year with the same thing, because I don't see any changes to make it not to make it sustainable. So I think the feeling of the board is clear that we go forward with the planning of the one-time thing for June, but right now that's because the majority of the board has expressed support for it. But in order for me to support it, you know, or vote for it or going forward, you know, I need to be assured that there are changes fiscally on the city side to make it sustainable and and to guarantee that this is a one-time ask. I'm not convinced of that just yet. Okay, so I think you have your orders.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're going to do a working lunch. Is that okay? Or is that fine with you all? Okay. I'm going to have to leave about 12:20, but I'll get us back started. So let's take a 15 minutes to get your food. Is that okay? Yeah, 15 minutes, get your food. We'll get back in here at 12:15, and then we'll get back started. Thank you all. We're at recess. back. It is 12:15. Well, just about 12:15. We're going to go ahead and get started to keep time here. For our next item is the Durham County Early Childhood Update. Yeah, Early Childhood Update. And I'm just going to make sure we know how much time we have allotted here. We have 40 minutes for you allotted, and that's with discussion as well. Is that enough for you? Are you okay with that?
That should be enough, depending on what you all have to say, of course.
Okay. All right. That works. I'll turn it over to you, Donna.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Donna Rewalt. I'm the County Extension Director, and I'm here with Ileana Vink, who is our County Early Childhood Coordinator. She will carry most of this presentation today, and I will start us off just as a reminder. This is an annual presentation we make, kind of giving you an update on the work around early childhood and some benchmarks that we've been tracking over time. Our agenda today includes a little background on the role, the Early Childhood Action Plan, the needs of Durham County families, our past early childhood initiatives and outcomes, some emerging initiatives, and then future concerns and opportunities we have for early childhood, and then an opportunity for you all to ask questions and provide input. So some of you are probably aware, and some of you may not be, that we actually, as a Board of County Commissioners, you all started this position with community support following an early childhood task force movement asking the county to do more in this area, and that was in 2019. And around that time, in early 2020, we hired our first early childhood coordinator, and that coalesced with the creation of the Early Childhood Action Plan, which that initial coordinator helped manage. And then in 2024, we began managing through the role and through cooperative extension, managing the Durham pre-K contract. And our current approach with this work and this role is both facilitating internal county-facing and external community coordination of early childhood initiatives. And we also support county leadership and you as county commissioners, advice on early childhood issues as needed. And of course, we do manage that $8 million contract with Durham Pre-K and ARPA contract with Durham Public Schools supporting Pre-K Murray-Massaburg, and contracts with early childhood supporting organizations that we'll talk about later as part of that ECAP investment that you all have made. And so I'll let Ileana take it from here.
Should I scoot this?
Yeah, just
beautiful. I'll go back one. So the Early Childhood Action Plan was, I encourage everyone who is not already to read it. It was really created as a community-grounded document, and it centered the voice of parents, caregivers, community members, and there was also broad participation of agencies around Durham that support young children and their families. Originally, the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services created their own Early Childhood Action Plan, and Durham sought to create their own local plan. We were the first county in the state, and now other counties have followed our lead. It's very broad in scope, so it focuses on maternal and child health, early care and education, family support, and meeting basic needs of families. Obviously, each of those could be its own presentation. Those are significant areas. But one thing that I really want to think about is one community member who helped write the ECAP told me, think of it as a framework both for eliciting community recommendations and seeing the community's priorities for collective action. And also a set of standards. So how do we align the goals of our community that these people raising young children and caring for young children have set as their priorities? How do we align those goals with community action? So that's something that we've tried to do in making community decisions and investing in early childhood programs and activities. And I will just share a success story. So the original ECAP was created in partnership with Durham Children's Initiative. They were the contractor. They devoted a lot of time and energy, and directly inspired by the ECAP, which had a great deal about peer navigation. Families were really seeking that experience. They became a pilot site of the Pediatrics Supporting Parents program, and as you can see now from the PSP website, they are a national proof point community. So they are using the governance structure of the Durham Early Childhood Action Plan to guide this national initiative now. They are modeling it after Durham, so we really set the example for them, which is really exciting. And that team that implemented PSP, as well as a few of the remaining folks from DCI, have now formed a new nonprofit organization called Thrive Family Health and Education Center. So I really wanted to highlight them as a concrete success story from the ECAP. To look a little bit at the needs of the young children and their families in our community, I thought this report card that comes from NC Child did a really nice job of summarizing some of the needs that families have in Durham. I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone might have about specific data points, where they came from. I'm also happy to tell you where Durham ranks versus the state overall. But I did, and I'll note that this report card is attached to your agenda item, so you have it as a reference. But I did just a few things I wanted to highlight is receiving early prenatal care. We are a bit ahead of the state, so the state rate is 72%, and we are at 65.9, so that's something to highlight. We're doing, however, for preterm birth, we still have about 10.7%. I'm sorry, we have about 10.9% of babies born preterm in Durham. That's a bit higher than the state average. We also, we know that 40.4% of families raising young kids are below 200% of the federal poverty level. And when you think about the costs for paying for basic needs for children like diapers, when we think about the cost of childcare, that's quite a high number. So that's something that we really want to think about. Our teen birth rate is a bit higher than the state's overall. In a little while, I will highlight some of the organizations in Durham who are doing work in that area to support our young parents. And then in addition to these statistics, which I will let you look over at your own pace, I do think it's important to be forecasting what's happening with SNAP and Medicaid. I won't make too many points about SNAP because the food security coordinator is right after me, but I will note that as of March of this year, about 17,000 adults in Durham County were enrolled in Medicaid because of Medicaid expansion, and we know that many of them are probably parents, and many of them may be child care workers or others in the early childhood system. And we know that parents and caregivers of young children are exempt from some of the work requirements that came down from the federal government in H.R. 1, but we also know that when guidelines change, when there are administrative hurdles, that it can sometimes result in people losing coverage even if they may still be eligible. I also just wanted to share an anecdote that one of our community partners shared with me, Refugee Community Partnership, who said that when agencies are making decisions about refugee resettlement, they know that because Durham is an area that's very rich in medical resources, they will sometimes resettle medically fragile children in Durham, knowing that we have a lot of resources for them, but also knowing that these are families who may have a lot of needs, and we know there were changes to eligibility with H.R. 1, so we want to keep those families in mind. These were projects that were funded in the previous fiscal year. So the previous early child care coordinator reported about these projects last spring, and I wanted to just give you a little bit of data that we were able to get from those investments and see some of the highlights. So first, Diaper Bank supported the distribution of 140,000 diapers, which is a pretty astonishing number. What's amazing about the North Carolina Diaper Bank is that they were the first diaper bank in the country to conduct their own research about diaper access, and I'll just share that the families who receive diapers and other essential hygiene supplies from them, they say 62% feel happier, 61% can spend more money on food, 43% perceive their children are happier, 28% perceive their children are healthier. So when we think about meeting basic needs for families, it allows them to focus on the other needs of their children because their needs are being met. They also have some really touching stories about the families who they have been able to reach with diaper access. Mame has been serving an average of 50 pregnant and postpartum individuals with their First Foods program. So they were getting fresh produce, nutrition education, breastfeeding support, and parenting support groups. Hearts, as I mentioned, we want to help our pregnant and parenting teens in Durham County, and Hearts gives them intensive case management, group education, essential baby supplies. They also will help them meet emergency needs for things like childcare, transportation, food, even housing. And then when we think about early relational health for our youngest children who are entering care, Exchange Family Center has a program called ECHO, and they reached 484 children with social emotional education toolkits. So they are helping our educators become more informed about early relational health, and also their parents and guardians and their teachers. When we move more into the space of people learning in the community, the ECAP implementation funds help Book Harvest distribute 259 ready for school guides and backpacks, so tiny children, big backpacks, very cute, helping them with a transition to kindergarten, and also helping give services for families to learn about how to be advocates for their children, how to be really involved in the school system. At El Centro, funds were used. They did an early literacy class for young children at El Centro. Parents are finding that their kids are showing skills in early literacy, getting more on the path to be successful in kindergarten and later in school. They also educated preschool-age children while their parents were getting their own education, so adult literacy programs, adult workshops and courses. Families Moving Forward, our emergency shelter for families in Durham, we were able to support them with ECAP implementation funds, and they helped those families meet their basic needs, but they also were able to give enrichment workshops, so helping parents and children build emotional health and regulation through art therapy. Finally, Refugee Community Partnership provided 839 hours of multilingual support to families who are navigating new systems, so places like schools, places like health care settings. And they also are able to digitally distribute resources to families, which helps expand their reach a lot, and also help some of the institutions in Durham do a better job of reaching those families. I also want to note that we, as a county, made significant ARPA investments in organizations supporting young children and their families. These projects were managed by the ARPA office, and many of them have concluded now, but again, attached to your agenda, I have some key points of data from that, and the ARPA office is also available to talk about some of the impacts of what they were able to invest. So now, these are the investments that are happening right now. These are the contracts that we have signed with community partners in the current fiscal year, and so I'll look forward to, at our next presentation, giving you the data on the impact of these funds. I will note that none of these are new. We are building on previous work, both the ECAP implementation funded work and the ARPA work, and we have amazing organizations doing amazing work. We're continuing to fund Diaper Bank. One program of theirs that I'd like to highlight is their Essentials Hub. So they already distribute a lot through community partners. Welcome Baby, who shares our building, obviously distributes their diapers and supplies, but they also travel to meet people where they are. So they are distributing supplies in Durham Housing Authority communities through their Essentials Hub, and it's really been a lever for them to build relationships in those communities and help connect them with other services. We are still supporting our pregnant community members, our new babies. So Hearts, I already highlighted them a little bit. One program of theirs that I'm really excited to be funding now is their participant interns. So they are training and empowering these young people to giving them job skills, giving them paid work, and they are hiring many of them from within. So their staff now consists of former program participants, which I think is so amazing. They also started a program just for teen fathers this year, so that's a new population that they're able to reach. We're still focused on early relational health and mental well-being for our youngest community members. So Exchange Family Center, again, Welcome Baby we have as an amazing county resource, and there are some families and children who have higher needs. They may have been exposed to trauma, they may have behavioral concerns, emotional concerns, and so Exchange Family Center is able to provide them and their families with a variety of types of therapy for free to help catch them up, help get them back on track in terms of their milestones, reduce the risk of abuse and neglect. And then early literacy. You probably recognize those Book Harvest logos and boxes, so we are continuing to support their kindergarten readiness work, and they are also this year teaming up with early years to promote Durham pre-K. So they are helping families with the transition into public school and kindergarten, but also with the transition into public pre-K and helping in connection with Durham pre-K. Reach Out and Read is another organization that's supporting early literacy. They are in our Duke primary care settings, and they are really focused this year on improving the experience of medical residents who are training. So everybody's learning. The children and their parents are learning, they're supporting their literacy, and these new medical residents are learning about early relational health, they're learning about the needs of family, and they're learning about literacy, so it kind of benefits everyone. Refugee Community Partnership, we already discussed the work that they're doing with their community. They're continuing with service navigation, and Thrive NC, as I mentioned earlier, the new organization built from previous DCI and Pediatrics Supporting Parents. They are supporting the Nurturing Durham website and helpline. So Nurturing Durham is a central repository in Durham, so families who are navigating a really complex landscape of maternal health, infant health, early childhood, early relational health, maybe their child is expressing some needs, maybe they're noticing that they have a new diagnosis for their child and they don't know where to go next. That Nurturing Durham website has had an 18% increase compared to the previous year and a 62% increase compared to 2024. So it's clear that this is something that families are finding and they're able to utilize. And look out later this summer for a targeted maternal and child health and early relational health awareness campaign. So the goal will be to make sure families know that this is a central spot for them to help meet their children's needs. And most of the services that they highlight are low and no cost. Breastfeed Durham, I don't know if any of you had a chance to attend their Families Expo yesterday. It was a resource fair and pregnancy expo. So Breastfeed Durham has really been focusing on highlighting family-friendly businesses. They are doing business outreach, going door to door, and finding businesses that support breastfeeding and general family-friendly policies. They are also installing lactation spaces in businesses all around Durham so that babies can get that first food that they need and families can feel comfortable feeding their babies that way in Durham. And as we discussed, we know mental health and well-being is so important, particularly in that perinatal period. And so they are coordinating with the Durham County ACEs and Resilience Coordinator to share mental health resources. At the same time, they're sharing those resources about having a family-friendly workspace. Finally, we are funding community-based participatory research. So ISLA, Immersion for Spanish Language Acquisition, has been doing community-based participatory research, training parent leaders for years. So these are parents who speak multiple languages, and they are surveying, conducting focus groups, doing photo projects with families of young children. They have done a number of projects about navigating early childhood, about navigating special education, and now they're doing a project on food insecurity and how these parents of young children are having those experiences and how language barriers may play a role in that. So we're very excited for them to share their research as a resource to the county. They've already presented to Partnership for a Healthy Durham. We are going to connect them as we do our county food security assessment. And the fact that they are empowering this population of parents and getting data to inform our community to help us do better work is really exciting. Obviously, families of young children are facing some concerns that I've already alluded to in the presentation. So we have risks of parents and caregivers as well as children losing Medicaid, losing SNAP. We know that the increased cost of basic needs, gas, food, are rising, and that, again, 40.4% of these families of young children are already low income, so those costs are hitting them hard. The infant and maternal health data, as we discussed, are showing concerning trends, and childcare supply, staff, affordability, and quality are always going to be in the front of our minds when we think about having a healthy workforce. We need to also have childcare available. This data was shared by early years, so Thanks to them for being both our Durham Pre-K contractor and our child care resource and referral agency. What they're finding is that 73% of Durham children under 6 have all parents working. So whether it's single parent household, multiple parent household, and families are consistently seeking care that they're having a hard time finding. Some of this is geographical, so we know RTPs, surrounding growth corridors. We're hearing increased demand with limited nearby supply. We're also hearing about some gaps in northern and rural areas. And family childcare homes might be very appealing, particularly to families with younger children. It's a smaller setting. They can sometimes be more flexible with hours, with pricing, and those are closing at a much higher rate. Childcare costs, again, thinking about the context that 40.4% of these families are low income, the cost of infant care has risen by 27% in the past 5 years, an average of $1,319 per month. 3-year-olds not far behind, an average of $1,123 per month. Again, that's a 26% rise in the past 5 years. ARPA projects were recognizing and focused on this need. So early years had the Build Babies Durham, $2.4 million for child care scholarship payments. It was really reaching families in the gap where their income may be slightly too high to qualify for a state subsidy, but still well below the county average income, well below the income at which childcare would be affordable. So that had a big impact on reaching those families. There was also an investment building the business side of childcare, which helped particularly for family childcare homes and for smaller centers serving kids who were receiving those subsidies. So trying to help build capacity of childcare locations. And then, of course, we had our DPS Title I investment that allowed for operational expenses to get moved around to allow for supporting more pre-K. I wanted to share some family quotes about their experiences with the Build Babies Durham scholarship. So families were able to save, families were able to increase their own education, increase their own ability to be a higher earner in the future, be able to invest in their family. Families also were able to pay other bills, other basic needs, car payment, electricity, water, student loans. So it had a big impact. Of course, I want to follow up on Durham Pre-K, knowing that Durham Pre-K was something that really you all helped build. So the task force was established both with resolutions by the Board of County Commissioners as well as the city. And the goals of Durham Pre-K was that it was universal, because we know that programs that are universal tend to have higher quality and better outcomes rather than just reaching the kids from low-income families. They've always included family engagement, kindergarten readiness, and they've also had capacity building built in, knowing that having a workforce and having high-quality experienced teachers was a big part of what would make this successful. And obviously, you all have continued to invest in the program. The original goal by that original task force that created Durham Pre-K was to reach 75%, so close to universal, knowing that there would always be some families who would want their children home or in another setting. And we are right at 42% and have stayed fairly consistent for the past few years. I won't go into this because Early Years already presented it at the budget retreat, but obviously we are really excited to see the measurements of quality coming out of Durham Pre-K. So we can see that more than 90% of kids are at or exceeding developmental expectations at the end of the school year, and that is setting them off on a positive trajectory towards kindergarten and further schooling. And we know that retaining experienced and skilled teachers is a big piece of what helps them to reach those milestones. This is also a duplicate from the budget retreat, so just a reminder of the gaps in funding for Durham Pre-K for the upcoming school year, recognizing the ARPA investments that had been made. One success story from Durham Pre-K, as I said, They invest in the workforce, and something that they have been able to add is a pre-apprenticeship. So they have helped folks work towards their associate's degree. Then they went even earlier in the work trajectory and they helped folks work toward their apprentice. And now they're helping people start at the very beginning with kind of a child care academy. So things like CPR and first aid training, getting the North Carolina early childhood credential. And they have had enormous numbers of applicants for this. So it's really excited to hear that people are still recognizing what a rewarding, enriching job this is. And they're also having more teachers of languages other than English enter the workforce, which is also exciting. So kids can have teachers who are able to connect with them in that way. Currently, they have 44 registered apprentices, and to date, they've had 16 program participants newly hired, an 87% course completion rate for fall 2025. So the fact that they're giving educators the support, helping people enter the workforce, helping them with classes is working. 24 early childhood certificates earned. Some areas of opportunity that I see ahead that I wanted to share, collaboration between coordinators. Obviously, I'm here with the food security coordinator. We know that families really, their needs don't exist in a vacuum. So all of the commissioner-created coordinators are trying to have our work complement one another and make sure that we know what one another is doing. We also are all coordinating with the Benefits Access Coalition, recognizing the value of Medicaid, SNAP, and WIC to families, as well as some of the tax-created programs, so tax credits, savings accounts. We want to make sure that families have everything that they can, everything for which they're eligible to maximize their economic security. We will continue to use the ECAP to leverage partnerships and funding. As you've heard, it's being used as a national model. We are exploring private sector supports, particularly for families of kids in that 0 to 3 age range. With the ARPA-funded projects and the scholarships ending, we know those families are going to have needs. And then, of course, we're continuing to support families through Durham Pre-K. And now I will open it to questions, recommendations, any feedback that you all have.
Thank you so much for this presentation and all the work that you've been doing. I'll bring it to the board. I have some questions, but I want to bring it to our colleagues first. Commissioner Burton.
Yes, thank you. Vice Chair Alam, thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. Investing in our children is the utmost importance to me because they are our future. So I'm so glad that Durham County, we're taking on this work of pre-K. One of the things I wanted to discuss, and it goes back to the chart or slide about current needs of Durham County children. Thing that came to my, going back to that slide on my iPad. Here it is, yes. I am looking at high quality education for our children, third graders reading at 40.8% proficiency. Only 40% of our third graders read at proficiency. 83.3% of our high school students are graduating on time. The delinquency rate, is that 35.5 children per 1,000 or 35.5%?
That is per 1,000.
Per 1,000, okay. So what I'm looking at is that concerns me, and I know that that's something the schools, we have to really work with our schools on that. I was an elementary school librarian, so I didn't get all the data. I was mostly, we would get the data on elementary, and I knew the literacy rates, the proficiency rates were low, but it's making me think about, we have all of these nonprofits in Durham that promote literacy. Book Harvest, I think there was another organization that you mentioned.
Reach Out and Read.
Reach Out and Read, and their focus is basically giving access, right? Making sure kids have books in the home, there's no book deserts, things like that. But then you have this other issue of, I gotta get you to be able to understand what you've read, right? And then you have a situation also where a lot of parents haven't reached that proficiency level. And so what we know is that many young people who get in trouble with the law, it's because of the low literacy rate. So I feel like we have to have this discussion with the schools about what are we doing to ensure that our kids are proficient, right? We're glad that they're growing, right? But how do we get them to proficiency? Because we want as many of our young people to be able to read and understand at a high level, right? Because we know that will lead to a lot of outcomes that they will have later on in life. So I just wanted to highlight that. And also with our delinquency rate, I don't know if you all listened to I don't know if it was this last school board meeting, a couple of school board meetings ago around truancy. There's a truancy issue here in Durham, which is probably leading to this delinquency issue where kids are just not going to school. So I think that's something that we have to focus on because I think it goes under the radar because we thinking the schools are handling it. But I think this is something that we need to discuss with DPS, with the superintendent and the school board, and like what are they doing about it, because I don't think that's a good thing for our county. So I just wanted to lift that up. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Burton. Anyone say? Commissioner Jacobs? Commissioner Valentine?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. So several questions. We've talked about, and of course, the county supports early childhood education, pre-K, and child care. All those things sort of come together for a child to have a good start, right? A good, healthy start. And so we talk about their development cognitively, and we also talk about the socialization that goes on during those early years. But my question is, programmatically, what are we missing? What are we missing? What are we missing? So we're making a large investment, but I think somewhere programmatically we're missing something. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but what are we missing? What are we missing?
I think what's great about early years is they collect a lot of data. So we have more data about the Durham pre-K family participants, and what we hear a lot from them is transportation is a huge barrier, and aftercare is a huge barrier, and our Durham pre-K sites are doing everything they can to provide those services, but it's quite difficult logistically in terms of with our littlest children, the legal liability, the concerns, you want them to be very safe. So those are barriers that families are identifying for sure. And then I think when we think about, we're hearing from a lot of our educators that they're noticing behaviors. And so I think some of it is thinking about, as we are supporting our educators, which we do through Durham Pre-K, but also Early Years does as the Child Care Resource and Referral Agency. So if there are concerns that are coming up in local child care programs for our youngest kids, they're there, they're trying to give technical assistance. And we're recognizing that a lot of these are our COVID babies. And so they had a real interruption in their early life. And so places like Welcome Baby are trying to help reach those families, kids and parents together, giving them support, giving them peers who kind of had the same early experience of parenting. We're seeing that too. The Book Babies, their graduation is coming up. If you ever get a chance to see Book Harvest's Book Babies program, it's a really nice place for families to get support from one another in navigating some of those things, navigating some of those behaviors. Exchange Family Center, they're trying to help meet those trauma needs, those attachment needs. So those are some of the challenges that families are bringing up.
And I would just say more broadly, I mean, we are doing a lot of the right things. So you hear the results of the things we're doing, but we're doing them often on a smaller scale, right? So it is, I mean, this is a very difficult and challenging time, as you all already know, to invest public dollars because we are also stretched. So it's, the places where we can support the things that work, where we can help expand those things, where we can help groups work together, is something that we can do in terms of the county. We also do look at, are there policies, are there things that we can help with? We don't have any hot button topics right now in that scale, but I think at least staying the course of where we are is really important, not stepping back to the degree that we can do that at this particular time. So I think that's particularly important. And I think the wrap care issue, like I think all those transportation, the aftercare, it's a complex system. Like if you think, I know a lot of you are parents, and my children are a little older now, but I mean, I remember like making a frantic phone call because something fell through, right? But I have a car and I have all those things in place, right? And so you can just imagine that those minor crises in a day of a parent that doesn't have these things set and is trying to work and is trying to have a child in child care, even if they have a subsidy, is so difficult. So where we can make systems work better together, help our school system work better with our early child system, all of those different things can help. And the levers that we might have to do that as county commissioners or county government, we can employ those. But I think in general, supporting the things that work and digging into those and not spreading ourselves too thin. Because I think we can get really excited. There's some recent data about how technology is decreasing literacy levels. Well, we know some literacy programs that work, and we are going to have to look at that maybe technology piece down the road, but we still can invest in things we know work. So.
Well, I think you're highlighting aftercare as part of those wraparound sort of services is an integral part of what I think we're all trying to accomplish for our families. And to the extent that these services help families, it helps them because they're able to be productive members of the labor force without disruption that you mentioned just a moment ago. Could you tell me a little bit about the Benefit Access Coalition that you described in your presentation? How's that working out?
Absolutely. So I participate, the food security coordinator participates, Commissioner Alam. We've seen you. We've had other local government representatives as well. So the idea behind it is knowing that there are residents of Durham County who are eligible for SNAP who are not using SNAP. There are residents eligible for WIC, not using WIC, same with Medicaid. I am in the working group led by Lev Anderson from Breastfeed Durham, and specifically focused on SNAP, Medicaid, and WIC. There are other working groups focused on using some of the technology that's available to us to help families with the administrative burden of applying for those programs. And there's also a working group focused on maximizing child tax credits and other federal and state tax-based programs that families may not be aware they're aware of. Specifically for SNAP and WIC, Medicaid, I think the state plays a much bigger role, and so there's seemingly a little bit less of an opportunity for ingenuity around that. But I think for SNAP and WIC, really trying to figure out how to find the families who aren't participating and having them tell their own story about why they're not participating. Obviously, privacy is a pretty big barrier that families are identifying right now. And kind of finding who are the trusted organizations in the community who maybe those are the people to kind of warmly walk people through those application processes and give that kind of reassurance about how data is used, about privacy, about those needs. But it's an ongoing coalition, and the meetings are always full of really collaborative people who are trying to help the community. So I get a lot out of them, and I'm sure you all would be welcome at them.
Thank you for that. My question was going to be who are you not reaching? And so you've already answered that. And so we appreciate the work that you're doing in that space. Sounds like one of my colleagues is participating in that actively. And so that's important to me, but specifically with the changing requirements in these programs for our families right here in Durham County. It's going to be necessary for us to provide that sort of outreach. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you so much for this update and the data that you shared with us. I personally feel that our investment in Durham Pre-K and the ECAP is the most important thing that we do in Durham County. And I am really concerned to make sure that in this upcoming budget, I think you went over that slide really quickly, but it's going to take an additional $1.9 million just to maintain the current program, just to maintain. And I think that's really key for our board. It's the next slide. Yeah. Because we have been at flat reach 42% for the past 2 years. And I know personally I do not want to see us decline from our impact. And with everything that is coming at families right now, whether it's, people losing, Medicaid or SNAP, or whether they had Obamacare coverage, the cost of fuel, the LEAP program, energy assistance program has been hit, food, you name it. It is inflation. It is really scary to think about what is happening to our families and what is going to continue to unfold. So I think it's just critical that we maintain this support, which we see is going to cost an additional $1.9 million in this budget. I'm going to leave it up to the county manager to do her magic on this. But also the grant the grant funding. We can't replicate the level of funding that we did, the ARPA funding, similar with the food programs, but the incredible direct services that these nonprofits have been delivering to people, again, to families, are so important. So I do hope that we will have still that grant funding, some degree of it, and especially the most effective programs, make sure that we continue our support for them around, maternal health and the diaper bank, basic needs, and the reading. I'll just mention that the Reach Out and Read program, actually, just to address some, I think Commissioner Burton raised some really important points. One thing that Reach Out and Read does, it actually tries to teach the parents how to read with their kids, and how to model that. And Book Harvest, I think they do some of that same type of support as well. So they do, I think that's important. But you're absolutely right. It's the whole family. It's a whole literacy thing. So I just wanted to raise that and to see that it works. I mean, the data that you showed us around the performance after being in Durham Pre-K, that it shows that this program is working, this investment is working, and this is one of our ways to help with literacy, because that 40% reading, being able to read at grade level at third grade, and I don't know, do you have an updated NC Child report? Because that was 23-24.
Yeah, I tried to dig around, and I think
they haven't.
I didn't see.
They haven't
I think
updated.
there have been delays in the data.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that is part of our. Part of it is that we're hoping to try to move the needle on that, because that, I agree with you, Commissioner Burton. We've got to zero in on that third grade reading level and remediation and all of that. You've heard it over and over again. They predict prison populations based on third grade reading scores. So that's how important it is. Anyway, and I do want to just also raise the issue that we did see this at our budget retreat, that there's how DPS is using their pre-K seats, and that there did not seem to be full utilization still, and that being something for us to really follow up on.
And I'm happy to give, I have updated numbers from early years for utilization. So Durham Pre-K overall, 92% of seats are being utilized as of March, and those do vary by location. And so Whitted had been at 46% as of September, and they are now, as of March, at 70%. So they've been doing community outreach, and then excluding Whitted, DPK is at 95%.
That's great news. Really, really great news to see that change. And then, again, following up on the point that Commissioner Burton mentioned, I mean, around the truancy, is very concerning. If kids are not in school, then they're going to be getting into trouble. So this ties into concerns about, community violence. But we, at one point, had our school to justice pipeline years ago. One of our district court judges led that, and that was years ago. I participated in that, and I remember listening to a number of our high school principals who were very concerned, but saying they don't have any mechanism to at that point to go out and deal with the issue, because we don't have a truancy court anymore. And I know that our DA does not support that model, but then the question is, as a community, what model are we going to have? And we've never really stepped up, all the partners coming together. So that means the school system, the court system, nonprofits, to say, how are we going to then bring everyone together in some way and come up with a plan, because it's not fair to our teachers, to our students, and to our families if we're just throwing up our hands. And so that is, I believe, an urgent issue for our community, and I hope that we will find a way for everyone to come together to address this issue. But again, thank you so much. Great report, and I'm grateful for all of the partners that we have in Durham County working on this with us.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacobs, and thank you again. I want to echo the statements of my colleagues. This work is super vital. Obviously, as a young mom, and my daughter is at pre-K age now, and we're actually going through this process of figuring out where she's going to go. I'm wondering, how does it work because, there's some daycare facilities that offer pre-K, and like some families choose to just send their kids to that pre-K, but then they have to pay those out-of-pocket expenses. And with one of the biggest cost burdens for us to expand pre-K being the capital expense portion of the actual land and rooms and seats, of how can is it a possibility to ask these daycare centers that have these seats to be a part of the Durham pre-K program, that maybe there's some of their seats can be part of the pre-K program for kids to be enrolled, and families who can't afford the tuition that's like $1,400 a month for daycare centers are able to go through the pre-K, Durham pre-K?
Yeah, so we already have some who are participating. So when a program wants to be part of Durham Pre-K, they have to apply. It is a competitive process because it's an amazing program. And so they have to meet certain criteria in terms of their curriculum, the education of their teachers, family outreach, all of that formula that helps Durham Pre-K be the high quality delivery system that it is. And so this year is a year that programs are applying to be Durham Pre-K sites. So they have to meet certain criteria. They are evaluated using a rubric. But the goal is, if a family has utilized a child care program since their child was a baby and they know all the teachers, it's close to their home, the goal is for that program to become a Durham Pre-K site. The family applies to Durham Pre-K, they rank it as their top program, and they stay there. So those are actually the first seats that are placed. So as Durham Pre-K starts sending out updates to families about where their child has been placed, those children will be placed first. The only barrier to that would be if the program does not meet some of those standards and wouldn't be accepted as a Durham pre-K site, or if the family doesn't apply early enough. So you would want that family to send in their application as soon as it opens in the spring, even though they may not hear until later in the summer where they'll be placed, just because of they're managing all these different rated funding models, and so it's complex placing people. But they want that. They want that continuity of care for those children, and they want to be able to support the programs in our community that are providing fantastic childcare, including pre-K.
That's great. Yeah, because then what is for the pre-K center, then how do they get reimbursed for that? Because obviously, like, for the families, we're trying to make sure it's like as affordable as possible for them, and that full pre-K tuition price may not be accessible for them. So how does that work with the partnership with the daycare centers?
So if a child care center is part of Durham Pre-K, most families pay nothing. Families who are above, the governance committee just voted to slightly raise it, so it's a little bit closer to the median income, but it's based on percentage of federal poverty level, and if you are above that cutoff point, you pay 2% of your budget. So it is still extremely affordable for a family as long as it is a Durham Pre-K center.
And then how does the pre-K center get the funding then from the county or the state?
Correct. They get funding. So Durham Pre-K will maximize how much state funding they're using, how much, so for example, a private childcare program might be an NC Pre-K program. So they will maximize the reimbursement from NC Pre-K, and they will spend local funds last. They will supplement the NC Pre-K funds because part of the model is making sure that the teachers are paid the same as the Durham Public Schools salary scale. And so the county funds will be used to stack on top of those NC Pre-K funds. And then something that Durham Pre-K has done this year is start a pre-service payment, because they're finding there are a lot of upfront costs at the beginning of the school year, and they want to make sure that a reimbursement model is used by a lot of these different programs, but they want to make sure that they have those upfront costs, they're able to cover them. So they've experimented with that pre-service payment, which seems to be working really well for the private childcare centers, who, as you know, are on very thin margins.
And then I had two more questions. The presentation, the slide that you had that showed the 43% of like the growth of how many children we're reaching, how does that compare to statewide? Do we have that comparison?
I would have to pull that, and I'm happy to send that to you.
Okay, that'd be great. And then the second question was that other sheet that showed, like, this is, it was from NC Child, of what percentage of children are born below, like, birth weight and, like, those. I'm wondering, has that ever been, like, graphed of, like, an overlay of basically, like, starting from those, indicators from birth of, let's see, like, of below birth weight, of those 9.6%, like, how much more likely are they than a child that's born at birth weight to have any of these other factors? And just kind of show, like, all of those stacking up against each other, and, like, because not every child is going to be the same. We want all of them to be given the same opportunity and given the same resources, but some of our kids and families need extra love and support, and looking at it going all the way downstream, because if we're looking at it all the way or only when they enter into that classroom, we're already behind. And so to figure out, like, before they even enter in the classroom, before those levels start stacking up against each other, how we can provide intervention and support.
And I would say an organization who we just finalized our contract with, which is great, Equity Before Birth, they're trying to reach families on those levels. So they are trying to do pre-birth and postpartum doula services, help offset the financial cost of that, offset the financial cost of mental health services. We know the perinatal period is a higher risk time for mental health, and we know, to your point, early bonding, early social development of the child, early literacy of the child, we want healthy parents. And so, I think you raised an excellent point.
Yeah, and I know the city, Councilmember Rist has been advocating, and I've been joining his meetings around the baby bonds, and Equity Before Birth is in that space too, of hopefully that's something that we can bring forward to the county to explore of like partnering with the city on that what Councilmember Riss is trying to do is set up any child born in Durham County to a Durham County family. The family is set up with a baby bond because that helps and that grows to be able, oh, I see some whispering over there, to be able to grow. So
all
that,
positive.
Oh, great, wonderful. To be able to give that child a higher opportunity for continued education, and also those bonds can also be used for other type of child education expenses, not just college. And so that's something to look at, the downstream impact of setting up families from the start, like when they're in the hospital giving birth or with their doula, that they're signed up for that from the start.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, because that's something that I've been talking with County Manager Hager about. How do we increase our residents' knowledge around financial literacy? And that can, because of the costs and things like that. And so making sure our residents are educated about, okay, saving for their children when they're young. And so I just wanted to echo what you said.
Commissioner Jacobs, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, related to how we can grow and expand Durham Pre-K and things like the RAP care. When we first started Durham Pre-K, which I think it was in my first term of office, I don't remember the date of it, but it was meant to actually be a public-private partnership. The goal was that we would have other funding sources and that it would not just be county funding for this program. And I really wonder if we should take a hard look at that as a board, about what we can do around that. And I know this conversation has also come up around our conversations with companies related to our economic incentive criteria and contracts. And of course, companies are going to benefit from Durham having a robust pre-K program and having a lot of providers who are highly trained and well paid. So I think it would be great for us to talk about what does it look like to have a Durham pre-K nonprofit. I'm looking at John in the back, applying to foundations. There are some national foundations that their whole purpose is they're very focused on early childhood investment. And I'm thinking about tax forms where when people pay their taxes, being able to round up. I don't know, where's Kier? Round up to the dollar for Durham pre-K. I think our community would support something like that. If we're going to ever meet our goal of 75%, there's just no way we're going to be able to do it with just county funding.
I will say, having been with the county and watched the investments that have occurred over the years, it's been impressive. I do know in early conversations there were thoughts about how we get a coordinated fundraising effort at some point once we got further along, whether it was through grants or private dollars. It is definitely a place from an infrastructure perspective that we need to figure out how do we coordinate in the community with other entities that are doing the work so we aren't competing against each other, because the main issue is to ensure the dollars are flowing into the community. But we can come back later, maybe in the fall, winter time frame, with a strategy on how we more systematically look at bolstering our private dollars, because that was a part of the conversation. And you're right, we can't do it at the level that we desire. Years ago, because we were at like $1.82 million when it first started, and now we're at $9 million, which is fantastic. But when we enter in seasons like we are now, it's difficult to grow at the pace where it's needed.
And we've actually talked about, and I know Manager Hager, I've discussed it briefly with you about maybe bringing together, because there was the early pre-K task force that created this program and established this, but we've been talking and brainstorming about doing a childcare type task force of before they enter into the pre-K, that 0 to 3 period, and even the prenatal to 3, and bringing in our team from economic development and our business partners here in Durham County, because they have a vested interest in supporting childcare for their workers, for also future talent for their workforce.
Also, I love that idea, is the conversation that we had at Durham Tech. And I had a follow-up conversation with President Buxton about that. After we were there, he asked us what's the next big thing. Mm-hmm. And I think we all were talking to him. We suggested, something like there being a pilot model pre-K childcare site at Durham Tech, which could be a training ground for some of their new teachers and educators, serve businesses, kind of like the Frank Porter Graham model in Chapel Hill, but around childcare, and having something located right there. We funded at one point childcare on site for Durham Tech, so that's another partner to bring into that conversation.
Absolutely. Well, thank you all so much.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. And now our next item is County Food Security Initiative Implementation Update. And I know we're very passionate about all these topics. Yes. We went a little bit over with the last one. We have 40 minutes allocated for this. You think 20 minutes presentation, 20 minutes discussion?
That's what we're planning.
Wonderful.
So we'll see how it goes. Let's see. Oh, we'll wait for our slides. There we go. Good afternoon again, Commissioners. I'm Donna Rewalt. I'm the County Extension Director and the food security work of Durham County is based at Cooperative Extension, and we're very proud to support it, and we're also proud to work in a county that values, you just heard the presentation on early childhood, but that values these very basic needs of our families that need them the most. Also, of course, here with me is Rana Goldstein-Benug, who is our County Food Security Coordinator, and she also will carry the bulk of this presentation. We just want to start out with a little bit of our agenda. We will give you a little bit of the background, and Rana will talk about the food security landscape, current initiatives, upcoming plans and opportunities, and then give you a moment to have questions and conversation. So similarly, this position, it's interesting, all of these positions came to Durham County in different ways from different advocates, from different community conversations. This kind of also was a conversation that preceded COVID, but then COVID brought food security into sharp relief. And this position was created by the Board of County Commissioners in fiscal year 2021 with a lot of community support and advocacy. It also, similarly to the early childhood work, facilitates our county coordination, as well as our external coordination within the community. And of course, we have the Food Security Network as a component of that, and the upcoming food system assessment and planning process. Again, this position supports county leadership, including the Board of County Commissioners, and providing you good data and advice on food security initiatives as needed. It does manage also the food security investments, which has included support for the ARPA supported food security investments and the food security grants, which you'll hear more about in this presentation. And we also, and this started somewhere along the way, we do have an intergovernmental food security team. So we actually meet regularly with county and city departments and Durham Public Schools. And that's not something we started with, but we recognized that was a really important component to have this deeper conversation and coordination.
Thank you, Donna. Good afternoon, Commissioners and County Manager. I'm glad to be with you all today. As Donna mentioned, I'm Rana Goldstein-Benug. I'm our County Food Security Coordinator. I wanted to start with a little bit of the landscape of food security here in Durham, and also some context beyond here in the county. And I like when talking about food security, especially when I'm about to go over statistics, to remind us of some definitions. So food security means access to enough food for an active, healthy life. And this definition is what is used in a lot of our data and statistics that are provided through government and other organizations. Nutrition security is a little bit different. It goes beyond food security, and the USDA definition is all Americans have consistent and equitable access to healthy, safe, and affordable foods essential to optimal health and well-being. And here in Durham, for our food security initiatives, we might use the term food security, but both within the county and with our partners, we are really focused on nutrition security, making sure that our Durham residents have enough access to the food that they need, that's unique to them and their families for optimal health and well-being. And then a little more context here. I think that most of us are pretty familiar with the causes of food insecurity and the effects of it. But I also think it's important to remind ourselves, especially when we're talking about a variety of different food security programs and looking at all the different outcomes that we might see with increased food access, more meals, more fruits and vegetables, things like that. I think it's important to ground ourselves in why we're doing this. And I like this diagram. It was originally created by the group Project Bread, who's a food security group in Boston. It shows not only the causes of food insecurity, but also how it plays into poverty, how it can be caused by poverty, and also how easily it becomes a cycle. And as you look at the diagram, there's just, again, reminders of things a lot of us know, but that when a family is experiencing food insecurity, they often are skipping meals and eating whatever food is available to them, often quantity over quality, because they're not sure where their next food may come from, and this can result in poor nutrition. We know that food insecurity causes struggles in school and then later in work, and we see a variety of health problems, both physically and mentally, with children and adults who experience food insecurity that can often last well beyond their time being food insecure. Okay, so now really narrowing in on the food security landscape in Durham, we have a lot of assets, lots of great things going on in Durham. We know that we have free school meals for all DPS students. This is the second school year that it's been free for everyone in DPS, and the school nutrition coordinator let us know that they have actually applied. They continue to qualify for free school meals, and actually they revised some of their data. They were able to basically do a data audit to ensure that they were sharing the most up-to-date data, and they will be able to get more federal reimbursement for those free school meals, which is great. And if the USDA Community Eligibility Provision Program stays how it is right now, DPS should have free school meals for at least the next 3 school years. So that's great, and we know there's nothing that can replace free school meals. It's great. A lot of our Durham residents, kids are getting free breakfast and lunch. We have great county food security investments, so thank you to all of you. The continued investment from our county leadership makes a big difference, and we'll talk about a lot of those programs today. Our other institutions are also working hard to protect food security, as we see, again, SNAP internally here with our DSS, and then we have a great WIC program for pregnant women and children that is administered out of Lincoln. Our community programs and advocacy are great whenever we tell people that are not in Durham about all the food security work coming from the community. They're just so impressed. And as Donna mentioned, that is really where a lot of the county work came from as well. Lots of places in Durham to buy local foods all year round, knowing that we have a great double bucks program so people can get even more food, and we'll talk more about that later. Over 60 food pantries with some really great collaborative work going on, community gardens and mutual aid, and I think more of this is popping up almost every day. So we have a lot of great work going on in Durham around food security. Even with all those assets and all that good work, we know that there are a lot of challenges for food security right now, not just in Durham, everywhere in our country. And I put a few of those challenges here. We know there's past and future policy changes that are affecting nutrition and related assistance. We've talked a lot about it at several meetings over the last year and even before that. HR 1 really has reduced access to SNAP for some of our most vulnerable populations, that federal bill. And then we know that we're currently watching some federal legislation. Congress is making decisions about FY27 appropriations, about the Farm Bill, which is historically what funds SNAP. And we know that we've been watching our state work on the budget as well. The government shutdown, we all saw how big of an impact the federal government shutdown had on everybody here in Durham. That was when there was a big SNAP there was a SNAP gap. There were a couple weeks where people did not get their SNAP benefits. And thank you all, commissioners, for your response, because I remember that was such a crazy time, and Durham, the county and the city and our community worked together to help people get food. And luckily, they did get that SNAP benefits back a few weeks later, but we saw how huge of an impact that was, even with just a couple week gap in SNAP. We're also seeing increased food prices and prices for other essentials. And we know, of course, how these prices are affecting families' ability to access food, both if food is too expensive, but if they're paying more with healthcare or rent, it's even harder to pay for food. People are losing, there's lost jobs and wages. I think we've been seeing this here in the Triangle area at a greater, with a greater impact than some other places, just because of how many individuals are either work for the federal government or maybe contracting for the federal government, and then we're still dealing with affordable housing challenges. So sharing that landscape, just because they're, as we heard in Ileana's presentation, these issues don't happen in vacuums. So all of these other big kind of main needs of people and big social and policy issues are affecting food security in a variety of ways. I wanted to share the data. This is the most up-to-date food insecurity data that is disaggregated at the county and state level. The next slide I'll show national data, but this is the most current. I know 2023 doesn't seem current, but this is the most current available. And we see that the total amount of food insecurity in Durham is at 13.8%, which is lower than North Carolina and just about the same as the United States, a little bit lower. And then we also see some significant disparities when we compare it, when we disaggregate it and compare different population groups. This is the 2024 data from the Household Food Security in the United States report. This is the most recent data. This is where the bulk of this information comes from, but the 2024 data just came out and it has not yet been disaggregated into the county and state levels, but there's a lot we can still learn from it, even at the national level. Food security rates, they didn't change from 2023 to 2024, but it's notable that they did increase significantly the 2 previous years. So the 2022 and 2023, they increased significantly, and then they did not go down in 2024. They stayed the same. 18.4% of households with children were food insecure in the U.S. in 2024, which is a staggering amount. It's also notable that this is significantly higher than the all-time low of 12.5% in 2021, which was mainly attributed to the COVID relief programs such as the expanded child tax credit and preschool meals for all students in the country. And I do want to say that some of the chart and some of the analysis I'm sharing is from the Center for Budget and Policy Priorities. They also noted in this analysis that SNAP participation has decreased by more than 3 million people nationwide, so 8% since H.R. 1 was enacted in July 2025. So from July 2025 to January 2026, SNAP participation has already decreased by 8%. The reason they thought that was so important to include in this analysis, even though that wasn't part of the report, is to show how the food security the programs and supports are reducing. So we're seeing decreased supports. Unfortunately, we can predict that food insecurity will rise. This is Durham Community Health Assessment data. This is also the most recent that's published, and I know you all have seen this many times, but I did want to share it. This is the food security questions from the Community Health Assessment. That the survey was in 2022, and then the report was published in 2023. We saw that on the left, the question about in the last 12 months, did you ever cut the size of your meals or skip meals because there wasn't enough money for food? We saw that in 2022, that number rose from 10.2 the previous time to 11.6. And then on the right, this was a new question in the 2022 survey, but it was included in the 2025, so we'll have updated data for that. And that is asking, in the past 12 months, did you ever worry your food would run out before you got more money to buy food? 14.7% of respondents said yes, sometimes they were worried they would run out of money before they were able to buy more food. So again, unfortunately, I would expect that number to rise because of all of the trends and issues that we're seeing that affect food security. And the awesome population health team at Public Health said that the new data should be out very soon, so we'll all look for that. All right. Now I want to shift and share some of our current food security initiatives. And again, the way we approach food security with our county program is we work to enhance the social safety net to meet current needs. At the same time, we're thinking about systemic change efforts to improve long-term food security. So even when there's different crises that come up, and this year has felt like a lot of crises, we're doing our best to help the community meet the needs right now while still thinking about what we can do in Durham long term to make sure that we have a more resilient food system for anything that might be happening in the future. I Last time when I gave this update, so it was in February of 2025. I know I've seen you all since then, but that was the last time I gave an official annual update. I talked a lot about our great ARPA food security projects, and I'm going to go over them a little more briefly today, but I did want a chance to check in about them. The total investment is over $3.5 million. I'll go through slides to talk about each of them, and as I do, I just wanted to share a shout out to the organizational effectiveness team. They have just been such an amazing support for us through these ARPA projects, helping with a lot of the analysis and the reporting. There have been a lot of questions, especially I came into this job when the ARPA projects were at their height, and I had lots of questions, and they just have been great supporters along the way. And even all the way to some of the infographics I have are very cute, and they are taken directly from their report. So I just wanted to shout them out. The first project I'll talk about is the ARPA Emergency Community Food Assistance, and this project closed in August 2025. Interfaith Food Shuttle was the community partner. The funding amount was close to $2 million, and this included an additional $342,000 that was added on later because there were additional funds available, and this was such a great project. But through this project, 38 Durham food pantries received monthly food deliveries of produce and eggs for almost 2 years, and this equated to over 1.5 million pounds of food distributed to Durham families via these food boxes. And there was just tremendous satisfaction among the food pantries and the participants. The East Durham Market was another project that has already closed. This was with Communities in Partnership, and this was a community accountable grocery store in Northeast Central Durham. This Communities in Partnership worked hard to meet the needs of the residents. They used, this is a place where there are not enough grocery stores. Some of the grocery stores have closed over the last few years, and they were able to use offer local produce and hire employees from the community. The market is still going. However, it was a mutual decision between Communities in Partnership and the county to end this contract earlier than planned. Some of the SNAP changes from the federal government made it very difficult, at times almost impossible, for them to offer the Double BOCC program in the way that we originally agreed in the contract. So the market had a lot of success. However, it was ended early because they could no longer operate the Double BOCC, which was an important part of this project. The county food security grants, Communities in Partnership administered these for the 2024-25 round of grants. And we'll talk about the grants in more detail about the grant program later on, but wanted to share that this round of grants was extremely successful. Over $400,000 was distributed to 26 local nonprofit organizations. This is one of the adorable infographics that I mentioned. I get very excited about fruits and vegetables and in cute little graphics. And so we can see that over 2 million pounds of food was distributed, and over 19,000 households were served. And this was from this variety of projects from our great community partners, and these also emphasize systems change. The Durham Center for Senior Life ARPA project, this is now an ARPA interest project. It is ongoing, but this funding helps to support one of their staff members. provides 0.5 FTE. The other 0.5 has been provided by DSS for several years, and this allows the Center for Senior Life to provide more intensive food security programming, like different types of meal programs and food pantry programs, delivering to seniors who aren't able to get to the center, and also allows the staff time to do referrals for the seniors to meet other basic needs. The last ARPA project that we'll talk about is Double Bucks, and this is ongoing. And I want to point out, I apologize, I made a error in the funding amount. It's significantly less than that. The funding amount is $480,395.72. So apologize for that. But this is an ongoing program. Farmer Food Share is the fiscal agent, and it is run at 4 of our farmers markets in Durham. And this is a great program because it provides double the funding for Durham residents who are on SNAP, on WIC, or live in our housing authorities. And there's just so much great feedback. I wanted to share this flyer that they made. It was kind of their impact report. But for last year, in 2025, there was over $120,000 of Double Bucks that were reimbursed at the markets. And I believe that where it says 3, I believe it was because one of our markets opened a little bit later. But that is close to 50,000 of SNAP EBT that was converted into those farmers market tokens, supporting 539 unique SNAP and WIC households. And I really think it's important to note that this resulted in $214,531 that is entering the local economy across all of our markets. And they were able to do some really great things, like during the shutdown, they were able to offer 1 or 2 triple bucks days so that families who were on SNAP, who weren't getting the SNAP because of the shutdown, were able to get more food at the market. All right. So now I wanted to transition into the county food security grants. I talked about them in the context of ARPA, but to share a little bit of the history, these fund nonprofit organizations for a variety of community food projects. And the focus is creating long-term change while also addressing immediate needs, so a theme we've been talking about. Before 2021, there was some similar funding for food security organizations that was awarded through the nonprofit grant process, our county process. And in FY21, this is when the food security grants became a separate program. And we just wanted to share the funding history of the program throughout the four iterations. So starting at 400,000 and then up to 475. When it was ARPA, it was 532,000. That was what we saw a few slides back. And then for this round, the budget is 332,000. And a little more information about what's going on with the current cycle. 325,000 of the 332 will be distributed to organizations. So there'll just be a small percentage needed for the admin fees. The awards will be between $20,000 and $50,000. So we made an intentional shift to have larger award amounts so we could fund some more extensive projects. This is the first time that we've been managing this process internally through cooperative extension with technical assistance from our friends in OE, and public health and soil and water have been providing some additional support and recommendations from their different grant programs. We had a huge response to this. There were 55 applications totaling over $2 million. we only have the budget to award 14% of the request. Just a little comparison to last time, there's always a higher need than we can fund, and last time that was the case. 28 projects were awarded out of 38 applications, $400,000 total, but 32% of the request was able to be funded last time, which I think is significantly higher than 14% this time. There's a huge need, and we are currently very diligently reviewing all of these applications, and the award announcements will be made mid-month.
We are running a little bit over on the time.
Okay. Let me see.
I would just mention the food system assessment.
Yes.
And then get to.
I just want to say this is important, so I don't want to miss this presentation.
Yes. I just want to say I want to get all the slides in, but just to be mindful of the time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yes. All right. So, Don and I presented to you in November about the food system assessment when we were asking for approval of the vendor. So a lot of this is review, but I just wanted to share that we are making great progress. Our contract was executed in January. We've been having lots of great meetings with the contractor, and our steering committee kickoff is actually this Friday, and we will have community engagement activities coming very soon. So stay tuned. We'll have a lot to share. And then just noting that we have other initiatives that we work on with food security. All of them are focusing on capacity building, both internally and externally, helping our partners to build capacity, as well as strengthening partnerships. This was a picture from our farm campus retreat at the end of our USDA grant, planning for what is next. And I did want to highlight as one of the other initiatives our Food Security Network. This is a wonderful group with so many people and sectors and communities represented. We have monthly meetings. Our listserv has over 450 members, and this is just, I think earlier in Ileana's presentation, I think Donna said something about we can't do all this work on our own, and I think the Food Security Network is such a great example of that. There's always helpful information and grants and food distributions being shared, new connections through this. So this was us representing the network at a conference. And then the Everyone Eats Durham fundraiser is a coalition of food pantries that came out of the network as well, and it's great to see them working together to meet our increased needs. Things that are upcoming, working on even improving our network collaborations more. We're jumping into our farm campus work with our Golden Leaf grant. We hope to see all of you on June 7th at our Durham Hunger Day downtown, and we'll continue to support our food security organizations. Some opportunities, maintaining our strong county food security investments. I think we all feel that that's more important than ever with the increased need and so much going on that is beyond our control. We are very excited to use the results from the food system assessment as it's going and when it's completed to shape and prioritize future work. Especially, we're losing the U.S. household food security report. Those were where most of my statistics came from, and USDA ended that report. It will no longer happen, so having data now is great. So thank you all so much, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. I'll start over on this end this time. Commissioner Valentine?
Yes, thank you for that wealth of knowledge that you gave us here today. Your food security networks. I interface with a lot of nonprofits, churches, and the pantry at North Carolina Central University, and they all talk about there being a lack of coordination around when pantries deliver food to the community. Has there been a discussion about like linking all of those sort of sort of provisions together into one sort of seamless?
Yeah, that's a great question. I know that there are so many food pantries, and a lot of them are connected, and then some of them are maybe happy doing their own thing, serving their own communities. The Everyone Eats Durham campaign right now, it's a fundraiser campaign, but they have talked about stage 2, they call it like stage 2 of their work would be doing something more coordinated. They are using that momentum of being all together, trying to get more pantries on board, because right now it's 15 out of the 60, and they have talked about something, and if that's something they'd like to do, like, we would love to support them in that.
And I would offer, there is a pantries network that's supported by End Hunger Durham. So there is communication among pantries. All pantries don't participate. And you have to realize a lot of pantries are run by all volunteers. And sometimes the facilities they have access to are only available on Wednesday, or they're only available on Friday. And they may not have choices about when they deliver. They may not be able to be as nimble as we might like them to be. I do agree that there are some opportunities maybe to improve coordination. And we definitely have tried to support that in a variety of ways. And there is a wonderful map of food resources that is also supported in part by our DINE team here in Durham County and our GIS team that is available to everyone so that people can see where and when food is available. But you're right, like there may be no pantries that are open on a Tuesday, for example. And so that can be a little bit challenging, but just the nature of how food pantries operate and are run, and their structures are so varied, and some of them run with these volunteers, which is just much more challenging than some of them do have staff, but a lot of them don't. I would say the majority of them do not have staff. Yeah.
Thank you for that, and also thank you for uplifting DINE. Yeah.
Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you, and I'm grateful to both of our amazing coordinators, early childhood and food security. Again, similar to what we just talked about, I think it's going to be critical that we maintain funding in our budget for the food security grants. Again, we won't have the ARPA level of funding, over $3 million, but you know, these nonprofits are doing the work for Durham County in a more effective, cost-effective manner than we can. Many of them with volunteer labor, especially around the food pantries. And I appreciate the effort that Everyone Eats is doing with the help of public health staff to be more, you mentioned in the first presentation about people collaborating and having efficiencies, and I know that's one of their goals, is to be more coordinated and get people to collaborate. And frankly, some of the pantries that have the bigger capacity and organizational structure, I think that the Iglesia Church, they give out, is it something like how many cars do they serve per month?
They're breaking records each week, which they don't want to break, but it's close to 800 families now, I think.
I mean, 800 cars. One time on a Wednesday, I was trying to get to the post office at the Milton up in northern Durham, and I was going down Roxford Road, and there was no traffic moving in the middle of the day. And then when I finally got up to the church, I saw it was because they were doing the food distribution. And to see that massive line of cars, that shows how desperate. And I also had a conversation with someone on Friday night at the concert at Central Park. They had helped with Durham Public Schools Strong had organized food for families on Friday because school was closed, and this person had gone to volunteer at one of the DHA communities, and they said it was absolutely eye-opening to see how many people really are dependent on those school lunches and were participating. So again, this is a critical need in our budget, and luckily we have the infrastructure to help support. I appreciate that you have been managing these grants, and thank you again to John Kiefer and your staff, because it saves us money and it makes sure that more money is getting directly out to people and not paying other salaries. Again, one question I did have was, I recently was checking in for an appointment on Duke Health, and they asked all of these screening questions, like that one data point, like have you had trouble finding food or having food? And they asked all these questions about being social determinants around food, housing. And I'm wondering, do we do that at Durham County Public Health or DSS around screening on these things? And also, I'm on the Lincoln board, but I don't even know if we do that at Lincoln. And I'm wondering what would be the next step then if people do say that they are food insecure. You were asking about Duke resources. Do we know how people are then even getting connected to help?
Yeah, thank you for saying that about Duke. They are choosing to do it. It was a federal requirement. I'm forgetting exactly what requirement it was, but Duke's continuing to, or choosing to continue the food security screening, even though they're not legally, they don't have to anymore. I don't know where our food security screening is at public health. I know there's been different versions, but I'll definitely find out. That is a great idea. And Duke had been sending referrals to NC Care 360. I am not sure if that is still the case or if they are doing something different with referrals. No.
Well, I would say as much as we can directly refer people to local resources, the better, obviously. Okay.
We'll find out about the referrals and let you know for sure.
And I also want to give a shout out to just the whole system, the way you work with the Food Security Network, but also everything that Cooperative Extension does and supporting local gardens, because if people can grow their own food, helping people be self-reliant to even supplement their diets, those who can, is also fantastic. So.
And I will offer, we've actually increased some resources around that separately through other staff. We've started a community garden collaborative in Durham to bring people together around the community gardens and provide resources and support. We always have done that in a more direct way, but we are doing it as a convener now to bring people together on a quarterly basis to do a little bit more coordination. So we look forward to sharing about the results of that as that matures.
Commissioner Britton? Yes, thank you so much. I just wanted to know, I know there were some community partners who do this work. They came and met with me. I imagine they met with other commissioners about funding, like how will things be funded in the future now that the ARPA funds are, I guess, gone away, or do they just use the community grants that they just apply for that in order to help with this food insecurity problem that we have in our county?
Yeah, our county food security grants are the biggest opportunity for those groups to apply for funding. And then again, through the network, we do everything we can to get people connected with other resources, so nonprofits connected with maybe other grants they haven't heard from, or partnering organizations that could work together to meet their needs.
So I guess the best thing is, because this large source of funding is going away, they're going to have to, this is such a huge problem, and we can't, as a county, do it on our own. We need these groups and nonprofits to help with this, right? And you just have to figure out, where do we get the money? And it's kind of sad in a way that ARPA funding is gone, because looking at the data of the number of people who are food insecure in our community, it's like, what are we going to do? I'm so grateful that kids get free breakfast and lunch in the schools, and I'm really glad that Public School Strong did what they did on Friday to make sure kids were fed in our DHA community. So yeah, just wondering, what do we do?
One of the things we've also talked about is having some more fundraising education for some of our pantries. I mean, certainly anytime you read 55 applications, you know that some people are really good, right, at writing and raising funds, and other people may be more disadvantaged. They might be doing great work, but they may not know how to communicate about that work. So one of the strategies we've discussed, I know organizational effectiveness has also experienced this, also thinks about that as well. We've talked with soil and water. We see the same thing on the agriculture grant side, that there could be some more community education on helping people access funding. There still isn't going to be enough money, period, anywhere, I think, to solve the problems that we're facing right now, though we can give people a better leg up to help them find funds. We also are encouraging collaboration. Pantries are often very independent operators. We kind of pointed that out, talking with Commissioner Valentine. So we do a lot to encourage, actually in the grants, they get extra points if they're collaborating. So there are some things we're trying to do, that longer term systemic piece, to really get people to work together in the ways that we can. So one of the things we can do is we're good at education and providing research-based education, so we can help maybe educate people about how to raise funds too. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and also adding the, I know you serve on it, Commissioner Burton, the open space and trails grant, tying into what Commissioner Jacobs was saying of people who can grow plants, that they can apply for the open space and trails grant funding to be able to utilize their land for community purposes, such as addressing food poverty or food insecurity. I was just wondering, do we have a heat map of Durham's like food deserts?
I know that the food security assessment team is working on that, and we'll definitely share maps as they become available. I know they're shout out a plug for our report to the community extension, which is this Wednesday, May 6th. The food assessment team is going to be sharing some of their initial maps. So I'll have it there, and then we'll definitely follow up with you. But there'll be maps that they're making throughout the process, and this will be the first time sharing them so they can get feedback from the community about what's most helpful.
Great. And then wondering if you guys are partnering at all with DHA around all the redevelopment that they're doing with the public housing communities, that, you know, they're doing a lot of mixed income, like redevelopment, to try to, you know, just create more spaces that uplifts our lower income community members and residents. But are they going to be addressing like not just the housing piece of it, but also the food security? Because oftentimes I think I don't know, but maybe all of our public housing communities are essentially food deserts. Like the closest place for folks is to walk or reach is a convenience store where you can't really get fresh fruits and vegetables or anything. It's all processed.
Yeah, I will say that our at Cooperative Extension, our Family Consumer Sciences team that Donna was mentioning works with a lot of our community gardens. They work really closely with community gardens at DHA sites, and we've also been connected with a few of the sites that are doing like after school programs for kids, and so we're thinking through how we might be able to support them. They've been asking for ideas for how to have more food after school and out of meal times. So yeah.
Wonderful. Anything else? Oh, one last question. I know, Angela, we talked about this a while back. I know originally the 300 East Main Street, we were hoping that we could potentially get a grocery store or something, because downtown is a food desert of essentially of just there's no access to groceries close by. Did we get any? We didn't get any interest from any. 500. Sorry,
we did not. I need to follow up on that. It's been some time. I know some of the grocers that we were trying to attract were concerned about the market, and we just did not have enough foot traffic at that time to support a grocery store. And so maybe sometime down the road, the numbers will reflect differently.
Is that space that was potentially for a grocery store, has that been taken up now? Is this still empty?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
So now that people have moved in, maybe we can sort of reach out to these.
There's a lot more buildings and apartments that are being built, so we can follow up.
That'd be great. Thank you.
We need those spaces rented out.
Yes. Thank you. Well, thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Our final agenda item is discussion around future data center policy discussion, which I know I brought forward, but I'll pass it on to Manager Hager and Attorney Williamson to, yes.
This item was placed on the agenda because of interest in having some conversations about data centers, and wanted to get an initial discussion to hear what board members may want to see at an upcoming policy conversation. So we don't have a presentation today, but just wanted to formally have a opportunity for board members to weigh in so we can come back with the right information.
And I'm sure I requested for this item to be brought forward for us to have a discussion, and I know I emailed each of the commissioners and county manager, attorney, and our assistant and deputy county managers, because we're seeing a huge boom of these massive AI data centers coming up across the country. And recently, Governor Stein even had his task force around AI found that it's going to cost the state of North Carolina billions of dollars with the tax breaks if the current amount of proposed centers are approved. And in Durham County, we don't have any definitions or rules around data centers. So I shared a draft of a ordinance and resolution for us to consider and to bring forward to the commissioners and have a public hearing, because we need to have definitions about in our UDO in development and processing, because these aren't the data centers of 10, 15 years ago. These are data centers that take up massive footprints, that consume large amounts of water, large amounts of electricity, and that creates a increased load that Duke Energy is already telling the Utilities Commission they're going to raise rates by 18%. And majority of that reason is to build out the infrastructure for these data centers that they're projecting over the next several years. So wanting to make sure that as we move into this new realm of technology, that Durham County residents are protected and not paying for these increased utility costs through essentially an AI tax, and that our waterways are protected from, a lot of them use these backup diesel generators that pollute our water and air and generate noise. How close or far away are they from our schools, places of worship, community centers, and all of those things to be considered. So the ordinance and draft that I had shared with us for to potentially review at a future meeting is hopefully to address all of those, to give us 12 months time to really sit down and make these definitions and set these guardrails in place to protect our residents of Durham County and move forward accordingly. Commissioner Burton, then Commissioner Valentine.
Yeah, I have a question. I was wondering, and I don't know if anybody up here knows, the county manager, anybody on staff, we do have data centers in RTP, and I was wondering how big they are, how many we have in RTP, or just around in general, because, you have to have data centers to run, generate data. Just wondering how big of a footprint they are, and are we looking at these massive data centers that take up acres and acres and thousands of acres of land? Is that the restrictions? So I would like information about what's out in RTP, or what do we have here in Durham County? How big are they, and how much energy are they using already? Just get myself educated, because I don't want us to have these huge, massive data centers, but I know we got to have some in order for us to do some business. So having that discussion before we do this, ordinance.
I can't answer the question about what the current is in RTP of what the footprint is, but in the draft that I've shared, I did put an exemption for office scale server rooms, because IBM, Frontier, all of these companies, they have their data centers that are for processing regular amounts of information to keep their services provided. So with these data centers that folks, not just, here in Durham County that we're talking about, the city, I think, is going to have their public hearing tonight for theirs, and the one that Orange County just passed 2 weeks ago, Chatham County passed theirs, Apex passed theirs, and I think there's 11 cities and counties now across North Carolina that have passed or are about to pass this. It's about these large-scale, hyperscale data centers that are like the sizes of like multiple super Walmarts that take up dozens, if not hundreds, of acres of land and are consuming over millions of gallons of water every single day and aren't using any sort of like closed loop system for collecting that water that they're using for cooling their technologies, and they're used for AI and these cryptocurrency data mining. And so they're not actually providing a direct service through companies like IBM and Fidelity and Frontier that have their data centers. It's specifically for the AI and crypto industry and not a direct consumer. Commissioner Valentine?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. So I think in light of the interest and also the concerns in our community, I think that we should move to having a public forum on this as soon as possible. I know that Commissioner Alam has created a draft for us to consider, and as she had mentioned, there's several local municipalities who've already sort of acted in this space in the best interest of their constituents or residents. So I support us moving as quickly as possible to bringing this before the public. Also, I'd like to know, we've talked about RTP, but what are some other considerations around the county that people might be interested in developing one of these data centers? I don't mean to suggest that I'm for or against, but what are people interested in? And so the fact that we're talking about it tells me that someone might be interested in it. And so my residents, or our residents in the northern part of the county have expressed concerns about this and other parts of the county. Certainly part of the discussion is the tax revenues that could potentially be gained from these data centers. And that necessarily has to be part of the conversation that we have, right along with other considerations. There's some considerations around the potential jobs that could potentially come to the area as a result of these data centers. I don't necessarily personally believe that to be a plus, but it needs to be part of the discussion. I think offline, Commissioner Alam and I have talked about the noise pollution, light pollution, the power consumption, as well as the water consumption that she talked about, which are all considerations and ones that I think that we need to get to the public as soon as possible so that we can know the way forward with respect to these data centers and their impact in our community.
Commissioner Jacobs?
Yeah, thank you. I know this is a huge topic nationally and also in our state. There are many parts of the country where these mega data centers are being built and are having a huge negative impact on people's lives. I think for me personally, just following up on Commissioner Burton's questions, I do have a lot of questions and requests for information. For me, I want to make sure that we are having an educated, informed conversation about this, and also making sure that we educate the public and hear their questions and concerns as well. So one thing I would like to know is, what does our current UDO specifically say in our ordinance? Because we're looking at uses outside the urban growth boundary, and also Trayburn and RTP. Those are the areas that we specifically have jurisdiction over. So I would like to understand specifically, because outside the urban growth boundary, we don't have industrial uses currently, and also that's our watershed protection. So I would like to understand what exactly the ordinance says now, and also what has been proposed in the new UDO, which we haven't been able to move forward with, but what does the new UDO also say? I agree with Commissioner Byrne. I would like to know what type of data centers do we currently have in Durham County, and how are they functioning currently? And so, like, what are the uses, and the size, the water usage, energy usage, number of employees, and then what function do they serve? And then also, just do we have any standalone data centers that are not connected to hospitals or universities or advanced manufacturing, life sciences, whatever? I'm also really interested in, are there new models that are being proposed around data centers that we should be aware of, that are trying to address these issues around noise and energy and water consumption and things like that? Are there passive solar generated? What are some kind of state-of-the-art new models out there that we should also be aware of? But I think it's really important that if we are going to consider a resolution addressing this issue, that we distinguish between different types of data centers, because I'm also really curious whether a mega data center could actually even be built in Durham County. Are there even hundreds of acres available in RTP or Treyburn for this kind of, like, it would even be possible with the RTP 3.0? And again, whether that would be possible outside of the urban growth boundary based on our current and proposed UDO. But just really, I think it's important for us to know, is this something that's even possible in Durham County at this time, to know how at risk are we at this very moment. And then, as you acknowledge, Vice Chair Alam, there's some huge issues around policy at the state level related to energy rates that could be passed on to customers, about tax incentives or lost revenues, that we're certainly going to have to partner with our delegation and rely on folks at the state level to address, that are policy issues that we don't directly control. But so I look forward to this conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And if I may just respond to a few of those, I think that's a big reason. The definition piece is a big reason for me bringing forward this moratorium, and why other cities and counties have been passing these ordinances, because we don't have definitions, because this is a new phenomenon we're seeing across the country of this level of data centers. And to my knowledge, when I was researching, there isn't anything in our current UDO that defines restrictions or guidelines around managing data center development. So this ordinance would allow us the moratorium for 12 months to set those definitions into the UDO, and putting in those guidelines of how does Durham County define a large scale, because there is also national debate about what is a large scale. Some people are like it's 25 megawatts, some people are like it's 50. So for Durham County to set that definition for ourselves of what is that massive data center, and also to provide that public education and community understanding of the difference between these hyperscale, large-scale AI cryptocurrency data centers and the data centers of that even here in Durham County. We have a backup data center for a 911 call center. We have, Duke Hospital has, those are very, very different their technology is different, their energy usage is different. They don't use the same type of cooling systems for their servers because they're not running on basically mining data 24/7 at all hours of day. And so this moratorium would allow us to set those guidelines and definitions into our UDO.
I think it's going to be very important that we also hear directly from our partners in RTP and in Trayburn, because I think Durham County, we're very unique. We have huge economic engines in RTP and in Trayburn that the county has invested heavily in, and that really we punch outside our weight in those areas. So I think hearing from folks there, also make sure that they have the opportunity to give us input about how things are currently functioning and what they see the future as being in those areas, so that we make sure we're all communicating and collaborating as well. Thank you.
This is very helpful. We have, in addition to Larissa and myself, we have other partners online and in the audience, including Deputy Jones, who are taking copious notes, and will come back with several different angles of this very important issue as we try to preserve our resources and ensure we are aware about this sector as we are in new spaces. Thank you.
Yeah, only thing I was going to say, I think I want to do our due diligence first, find out what do we have here in Durham County, so we're educated fully. And, you know, once we get the information, and then we can say, okay, I don't know what it takes to do this resolution, but really making the parameters of what we don't want in Durham County with these data centers. I think that's important to say, okay, we don't want these mass scale data centers, but I do want to find out, okay, what do we have here, and see what they're like, so we know, okay, this is what we want. If we have to have them, this is what we want to see. Something like this, because I imagine they're small data centers of what we already have now. I don't know. Yeah, so, okay.
And I believe so. The process would be, of just the way that our UDO is written, is that before we passed any sort of ordinance, a public hearing would have to be held, and that's what the city is doing tonight. And so we'll talk about this in agenda prep about when this would come to the county commission, maybe at our next meeting, or
not the next one, but we need a few weeks to make sure we get the information to you. The hope is we want to come back before by June, and so that the board can deliberate, staff can give you our best efforts with work, and also benefit from learning what other communities have done. This just had not been an area that we researched yet, and we try to make sure we have all that, as much as possible, as you deliberate later on issues such as this.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
I heard you loud and clear. Move fast.
Yes. And especially since the cities is there, I think what I've heard from council members is they're tonight going to do a 60-day moratorium to allow them to loop in with the county to be on the same page, since we do share a UDO. So if theirs passes tonight, then we have 60 days.
So, may I?
Yes.
Okay. I'm in line with the thought that we should act on this moratorium. I'm in favor of that from the beginning. Information is important, but I dare say it's a critical moment or a watershed moment. Commissioner Jacobs, this could be a potential watershed moment. And I want us to act in a way that I feel comfortable with, being responsible to the needs of our community on one hand and the fiscal needs of our county on the other. And so I'm hoping that we can act on this fast. Thank you.
Just as a reminder, I know that we want
want to move quickly on it, but our UDO does speak to the process for moratorium. And in that, if you're doing a year, it has to go through the Planning Commission as well. So there is some steps that we would have to follow.
Yes, so for finding out what do we have, what data centers do we have here in Durham County already in RTP, Trayburn, etc., knowing, you know, the size and how big, and who do they service, that would help me at least. So, yes.
Anything else? With that, we are at the end of our agenda and we are adjourned. Thank you all so much.